Chapter 11:27. At this moment, another earth-shattering voice rang out, accompanied by a terrifying energy. Before the voice finished speaking, a figure had already appeared in front of everyone. It was an old man with long hair and beard. He exuded a powerful aura from head to toe. It's the Shun family's elder. Many people were shocked when they saw the old man. They did not expect the Shun family to be here as well. Sure enough, behind the old man, there were many disciples of the Shun family, and they were rushing over at high speed. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the palace of Ares, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, shouted anxiously, "Fellow cultivators from the Shun family, come and help me." The purple-robed old man from the Shin family looked at the fierce battle and laughed loudly. "Fellow cultivators from the palace of Ares, don't panic. I know that you have been fooled by that kid. I will capture that kid now." With that, he laughed loudly. Then his figure flashed like lightning and flew in the direction of the golden hand bone. It was obvious that he was not here to help the palace of Ares. He was here to get a share of the loot. Damn that old bastard! The middle-aged man cursed angrily when he saw this scene. Murong Qingqing's expression also darkened. She said to the people behind her to stop him. Now that she was fighting with the people from the palace of Ares, she did not have the strength to care about anything else. However, the purple-robed old man was different. He was also a seventh heaven supremacy. He was very powerful. If no one stopped him, he would not be able to keep the golden hand bone. Indeed, the purple-robed old man from the Shin family moved very quickly. Although the cultivators from the Murong family attacked, they could not completely stop the purple-robed old man. Soon, the purple-robed old man was getting closer and closer to the golden hand bone. "Little girl Murong, if we continue fighting, the item will belong to someone else." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said. Murong Qingqing snorted. However, she quickly stopped and chased after the golden hand bone. The middle-aged man and the girl in pink moved together. In an instant, all the experts gathered towards the golden hand bone. Those guys finally made their move. Lin Xian quickly shuttled through the crowd, collecting treasures from time to time. At the same time, he glanced ahead, and a cold smile appeared on his face. After leaving the battle, he didn't immediately go after the golden hand bone. Instead, he went to several other places to snatch treasures. That was because he knew that the golden hand bone was extremely extraordinary. If he were to go there, he would most likely become the target of everyone's attacks. Therefore, he had to wait. He had to wait until everyone was fighting for the metal hand bone, and then he would take advantage of the chaos to snatch it. Moreover, there was another reason, the Crimson Dragon. This guy was extremely interested in the high-grade spirit stone and constantly urged Lin Xian to help him obtain it. Now, Lin Xian was shuttling through the crowd, preparing to seize the high-grade spirit stones. "That brat is over there. Quickly stop him and don't let him get close to the treasure." When the disciples of the Palace of Gods of War heard Lin Xian's voice, they were instantly at daggers drawn. However, they couldn't stop Lin Xian at all. Soon, Lin Xian used the illusory demon steps. His movements were like a ghost, and he instantly shook everyone off. In the next instant, he arrived at an area. There were 2 high-grade spirit stones here. This was also the only area that didn't have the golden hand bone, but had high-grade spirit stones. There were also a few sixth heaven supremacies participating in the fight here. When they saw Lin Xian's figure, they were also on guard. However, although Lin Xian was powerful, they wouldn't give up on the high-grade spirit stones so easily. After all, such treasures couldn't be found in the outside world. "You're courting death." Seeing Lin Xian rushing down arrogantly, the few old men below roared angrily. Faint divine flames danced on the surface of this old man's body, exuding a powerful energy. In his hand, there was a huge snow-white saber. It looked very simple and unadorned. In the next instant, the snow-white saber exploded with shocking power. When the saber was slashed out, the entire void trembled, and the surrounding mountains and earth cracked rapidly. Clang! Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star sword and quickly slashed forward, colliding with the white saber. Light shone in all directions, and divine power burst forth. The old man with the divine flames on his body kept retreating. Blood flowed from his arm, but his eyes were filled with shock. Although he had seen Lin Xian's ferocity before, he only knew how terrifying he was after exchanging blows with him. This sword was too terrifying. It was so powerful that he couldn't resist it at all. One had to know that he cultivated the purple demon divine elephant technique, which was known for its immense strength. Although he was only a 6th heaven supremacies, in terms of strength he could even compete with the 7th heaven supremacies. Moreover, the white saber in his hand was also extraordinary. It was made from the ivory of the ancient mutated double-headed elephant. The combination of the two allowed his strength to reach a terrifying level. However, at this moment, he couldn't defeat a young 5th heaven supremacies. This made him feel extremely defeated and terrified. After pushing the old man back, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and used the dragon catcher hand to grab a superior grade spirit stone. At the same time, the crimson dragon didn't stay idle. It also used a divine power and formed a dragon head to bite the other one. The two of them attacked at the same time. After succeeding, Lin Xian quickly left, while the crimson dragon laughed like an old monster. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, it swallowed the superior grade spirit stone in one gulp. Crunch, crunch, crunch. That crystal clear, incomparably precious high-grade spirit stone was chewed on like a bean by the dark red divine dragon, making crunching noises. Not bad. The crimson dragon licked its lips, savoring the taste. The surrounding people were stunned, especially those of the older generation. They were so angry that their beards were trembling. That's a superior grade spirit stone. It's extremely precious. Even a king doesn't have much of it. How can you eat it like it's candy? How can you eat it so casually? Shouldn't you take a bath and worship it devoutly for 49 days before it can be absorbed? The older generation figures were in a mess. They felt as if 10,000 alpacas were running through their minds. Ah, you despicable worm, give me back my superior grade spirit stone. The older generation figures finally couldn't take it anymore. They went crazy and charged at the crimson dragon while roaring. The crimson dragon, on the other hand, crawled into Lin Xian's sleeve and shouted, "Kid, run!" Lin Xian was speechless. He didn't expect the crimson dragon to eat the superior grade spirit stone so directly. However, it made sense when he thought about it. That guy's cultivation had already surpassed the venerable realm, but it had fallen behind. It shouldn't be a problem for it to eat a superior grade spirit stone. In the next moment, his body swayed and he quickly retreated, distancing himself from the older generation figures. Behind him, the old men were yelling angrily, but they couldn't catch up to Lin Xian at all. "Kid, let's make a deal. Give me the superior grade spirit stone in your hand." The crimson dragon stared at Lin Xian and drooled. Chapter 11:28 F***CK. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. To think that this guy was actually trying to get his hands on him. No way. Lin Xian rejected him decisively. "Kid, you won't be able to use this for the time being. Why don't you give it to me? It's very useful to me. Moreover, if my cultivation level increases, it'll be of great help to you. If you really can't do it, I'll teach you a few more special inscription formations." "You said it." Lin Xian smiled. He had long been interested in the formations in Roussillon's hands. However, Roussillon had only taught him some ordinary formations over the past few days. For ancient formations like space teleportation, this guy refused to teach him. However, it seemed that this guy was willing to do anything for the sake of the upper spiritual stones. "Are you serious?" Lin Xian asked. "Of course." The crimson dragon patted his chest and said, after receiving Roussillon's affirmation, Lin Xian handed over the upper spiritual stones in his hand. When Ruffian Dragon saw this, he grabbed it and put it into his mouth. Then he gobbled it up like he was eating candy. Haha, this feels great. Ruffian Long's face was filled with excitement as he shouted loudly. Let's go. Let's take a few more pieces. Seeing the Crimson Dragon so excited, Lin Xian was speechless. Do you think this is cabbage? Take a few more pieces? This is one less piece to eat. At this moment, Zhao Shui appeared beside Lin Xian in a flash. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. This time they had gained a lot. As expected of the remote sky secret realm, there were indeed many treasures. The gains from this trip were comparable to decades or even centuries of hard work in the outside world. It could be said that the biggest winners so far were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Damn kid, don't let me catch you. Seeing that his subordinates did not get much good stuff, the middle-aged man from the palace of Ares roared in anger. However, he did not pursue Lin Xian. Firstly, he had seen Lin Xian's strength. Unless he went all out in a battle of life and death, he would not be able to take him down easily. Moreover, he was now close to the golden hand bone. The things here were the best, far surpassing those in the periphery. As long as they could snatch more things from this place, they could make up for their losses. Damn it, that brat is too hateful. Once I'm free, I'll definitely not let him off. The pink woman's expression was also cold. I'm guessing that the reason why he's so powerful is because he has grasped some sort of secret technique that allows him to increase his battle prowess for a short period of time. Otherwise, with his cultivation of the fifth heavenly layer, it would be impossible for him to contend against us. However, this kind of secret technique has a limit or a huge price to pay. It can't be used for long. As long as we deal with him patiently, I don't believe that this kid will be able to unleash the power of the Venerable Car forever. Humph! When his combat power drops, I'll make him wish he was dead. The pink woman was emitting a murderous aura. The middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of Battle said in a deep voice, "We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to find a way to snatch the things around the golden hand bone. No matter how strong Morong Qingqing is, it's impossible for him to take everything for himself. Besides, the Shin family is also trying to get a share of the loot. We're still the strongest if we work together." "You want the treasures? It's not that easy." Morong Qingqing harumphed coldly. He activated the imperial seal in his hand and unleashed a stunning phoenix, which charged downward with a boundless sea of flames. The attack caused the ground to tremble. Many treasures were even knocked flying in all directions. Damn it! The middle-aged man and the pink woman cursed when they saw this. Initially, these treasures were gathered together, so they could easily obtain them if they worked together. However, now that the treasures were knocked flying, the two of them were forced to split up and fight for the treasures on their own. This greatly weakened the strength of their team. How could he not be enraged when he realized that the advantage he had was now completely gone? Although the two of them were furious, the surrounding cultivators were shocked and overjoyed. Originally, they didn't have a chance in front of a 7th level venerable. However, it was different now. These treasures were actually knocked flying and scattered in all directions. This gave them a chance to snatch them. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Therefore, these people didn't even think about it, and all charged forward. For a time, the scene was extremely chaotic. However, although the treasures were good, they weren't so easy to obtain. For example, although the fragment of the Earth Rank treasure was broken, the aura of the Earth Rank treasure still remained on it. The aura was extremely powerful. Ordinary venerables couldn't withstand it at all. And the golden hand bone was even more terrifying. There was no flesh and blood, only a few bones left. However, the pressure emitted from it was extremely terrifying. It even carried a trace of a king's pressure, causing the scalps of the 7th level venerables to go numb. In fact, one of the 6th level venerables rashly advanced, which caused the golden hand bone to resist. Immediately, a powerful pressure surged out and turned the 6th-level venerables into a bloody mist. Seeing the scene, everyone gasped and felt their scalps go numb. They knew that this golden hand bone was definitely something left behind by a king. Moreover, it didn't look like an ordinary king. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to exist for so long and still have such a terrifying aura. It's been dead for so long, but it still has such a strong attack power. It's probably a king who specializes in the metal element. The middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War frowned. Then he said to the group behind him, "Be careful and don't get too close. This kind of person is extremely powerful and terrifying." What? Single element? Metal element? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, realization dawned on them. No wonder it was still so powerful after being dead for so long. Just its aura alone could crush a 6th-level venerables. It turned out that it was an ancient cultivator who specialized in the metal element. There were many elemental attributes in the world, but the metal element was undoubtedly the most powerful one. Moreover, ancient martial artists specialized in cultivating a single attribute, which was different from the present. Very few of them specialized in a single element now because they didn't have the corresponding cultivation technique. Even if they did, the level of those cultivation techniques wasn't high enough. Therefore, if they specialized in a single element, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to compete with other martial artists in terms of combat power. Therefore, most of the current martial artists cultivated multiple elements together. However, facing the golden hand bone now, no one dared to be careless. Specialized in the metal element, Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he heard these words. "I don't have the metal element yet. If I can comprehend it, my attack power will increase again." Lin Xian stared at the golden hand bone with a burning gaze. He had already decided that he had to get it no matter what. Chapter 1129. At this moment, the treasures around the golden hand were sent flying. The surrounding martial artists screamed, and the scene was extremely chaotic. This gave Lin Xian an opportunity. Zhao Shui was the first to act. With the virtual sky eye above her head, she snatched the treasures around the golden hand. This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention. Damn it, how dare she come again? Seeing Zhao Shui, the middle-aged man and the girl in pink from the God of War Palace were enraged. They did not expect that she would dare to appear in front of them again. Stop her. Don't let her succeed. The middle-aged man roared. Also, pay attention to that kid. He must be nearby. The girl in pink also nodded and said with a sinister smile, "Don't worry, we won't be fooled again." Soon, one of them stopped Zhao Shui, while the other looked around cautiously. This was because, in their opinion, Lin Xian definitely wanted Zhao Shui to attract attention while the other person stealthily snatched the treasures. However, this was useless against them. Indeed, in the next moment, a spiritual fruit nearby flickered and was about to disappear. Still want to steal? We have completely seen through you. The middle-aged man snorted and reached out his hand to grab something in front of him. The middle-aged man sneered. He reached out a huge hand and covered the spiritual fruit, cutting off the strange space-stealing power. You are still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me. The middle-aged man looked as if he had seen through everything. When the surrounding 7th-level supremacies saw this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Instead, they went all out to snatch the spiritual fruits and Earth-class treasures fragments. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the golden hand. Then, a huge black shadow appeared and covered the golden skeletal hand. What? Seeing the scene, everyone was shocked. "It's that kid, hurry up and stop him." The girl in pink roared. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. He used Zhao Shui and the little white monkey to attract everyone's attention while he went to the golden hand. It had to be said that the golden hand bone was too terrifying. Even in this state, the pressure it emitted was still very terrifying. Even Lin Xian felt a great pressure from it. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which was able to resist this pressure. Moreover, he activated the Red Lotus armor in an instant to resist the powerful force. In the next moment, he summoned 10,000 bee sting and charged towards the golden skeletal hand. Rumble! The 10,000 bee sting unleashed its might and sucked in the golden hand bone. What? The golden hand bone was taken away? How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene, especially those 7th level venerables. Their expressions changed greatly. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The reason why they didn't immediately make a move on the golden hand bone was because they knew that the golden hand bone was extremely terrifying. It was impossible to obtain it using ordinary methods. Therefore, they decided to first collect all the treasures around the golden hand bone before studying it. However, they didn't expect that the golden hand bone, which they thought was a difficult problem, would be easily taken away by someone else. Moreover, the person who did this was a 5th level venerable realm kid. They couldn't accept this at all. Quick, stop him. We can't let him escape. Everyone went crazy when they saw that Lin Xian was about to leave. They all abandoned the treasures around them and began to surround Lin Xian. Kid, how dare you snatch the golden hand bone? Die. Humph, you're too greedy. Leave the treasure behind. In an instant, other than Murong Qingqing, the other 7th level venerables all attacked Lin Xian in an attempt to snatch the golden hand bone. However, Lin Xian smiled strangely. In the next moment, he threw the 10,000 beast ding in his hand. Immediately, the 10,000 life cauldron turned into a black bolt of lightning and disappeared into the sky. You're courting death. Everyone went crazy when they saw this. They didn't expect Lin Xian to throw away such a precious thing. Kid, I'll kill you. All the 7th level venerables were furious because the golden hand bone was the most precious thing in the ancient cave abode. Now that it had been lost, how could they not go crazy? However, the instigator of all this was this detestable kid in front of them. Therefore, in the next moment, they vented all their resentment on Lin Xian. Die! In an instant, countless terrifying energy blasted towards Lin Xian, completely drowning the space. The energy was too terrifying. The combined attack of several 7th level venerables was definitely incomparably powerful. No matter how powerful Lin Xian was, he probably couldn't escape at all. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators all laughed sinisterly because they knew that Lin Xian was dead meat. The Murong family's expression changed. No matter what, Lin Xian had helped them, especially Murong Qingqing. Her expression changed, and she was about to attack. However, in the next moment, a voice reached her ears. Don't attack, that's just a clone. I'll leave first. Hearing this voice, Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. That was because the voice came from Lin Xian. In the next moment, the energy in front of them exploded, drowning everything. At the same time, in another direction, a figure appeared. Like a sharp sword, he instantly appeared in the sky and recalled the 10,000 bee sting. Then, with a long roar, he flew out of the cave abode. Zhao, Shue's body swayed, and she followed, closely behind. What? That's Lin Xian? How is that possible? Oh no, that kid isn't dead. Oh no, we've been tricked. That wasn't his real body, just now. It's very likely a clone. Damn, that kid, he's too cunning. Hurry up and chase. We can't let him take the golden hand bone away. In an instant, everyone panicked and shouted in anger. Countless cultivators moved and chased forward. In particular, the 7th level venerables' faces were terrifyingly dark. They didn't expect that they would be fooled by a kid and lose their precious treasures in the end. Indeed, the one that was surrounded by the energy wasn't Lin Xian's real body, but a blood shadow clone. All of this was planned by Lin Xian. Step by step, he deceived the 7th level venerables and completed the final snatch. It could be said that the blood shadow clone secret technique played an extremely crucial role in this process. Zhao Shue's harvest was also huge. Just now, she had collected many superior-grade spirit stones and an earth-grade treasure fragment. It could be said that she had collected a small portion of the treasures near the golden hand bone. She and Lin Xian had become the biggest beneficiaries of this battle. Therefore, now that the two of them had succeeded, they retreated and flew out of the cave. Damn it, we can't let him escape. Everyone was enraged, especially the 7th level venerables. They didn't expect that they would be fooled by a kid in the end. This was intolerable. In an instant, 2 7th level venerables and countless 6th level venerables chased after Lin Xian. Chapter 1130. Not only that, the surrounding warriors were also staring at Lin Xian fervently. They had no choice. The golden arm bone was too important. Its value was above all the other treasures. Not only that, Zhao Shui was with Lin Xian. She had also obtained many treasures. If they could capture the two of them, it would be more valuable than other treasures. Therefore, few people were chasing after Lin Xian. Faced with so many people chasing after him, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not attack, but increased his speed again. He executed the illusory demon steps to the extreme. Not only that, the wind and thunder wings flashed behind his back, rapidly releasing the power of wind and thunder. Moreover, the ice lotus martial soul appeared under his feet, releasing a powerful icy power that froze the surroundings. As he increased his speed, he decreased the speed of his enemies. In this way, Lin Xian's speed reached an extreme, and he disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Ah! D***, he disappeared. F***ck, so close, so close! Someone shouted angrily. Their attacks had all missed, and even the 7th level honorables had only hit an afterimage. It could not be helped. Lin Xian's speed was too fast. Even the 7th level honorables might not be able to catch up with him. Moreover, there was also the influence of the power of frost in the middle. Although the Murong family members did not chase after him, they were also shocked. They had never thought that Lin Xian would be able to snatch the golden arm bone. Moreover, what made them even more shocked was that Lin Xian could still leave calmly and avoid the attacks of so many warriors. This was beyond their expectations. This scene shocked countless warriors of the Murong family. In fact, many of the older members of the Murong family were thinking quickly. This was because they realized that they knew too little about Lin Xian. Taking the scene before them as an example, the other party's actions were completely out of their expectations. Looks like we have to inform the family to reevaluate him. Yes, I think we have underestimated him in the past. Forget it. These things are not up to us to decide. We only need to report what we saw to the family. The few masters glanced at Murong Qingcheng, then sighed slightly. At this moment, Murong Qingcheng quickly gave the order to collect the remaining treasures. For a moment, the entire scene became even more chaotic. Those who were unable to capture Lin Xian returned to participate in the treasure hunt. There were still some who were unwilling to give up and continued to chase after him. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui quickly flashed out of the cave abode and flew outside. This time, their harvest was simply too great. This was especially true for Lin Xian. Not only had he obtained many natural treasures, but he had also obtained the most important golden hand bone. Thinking about it, it wouldn't be long before his strength would increase greatly again. At the side, Zhao Shui was also very satisfied. She had obtained a lot of treasures, more than the sum of all the treasures she had obtained previously. However, the two of them also knew that although the speed of seizing treasures was fast, they would also become the target of everyone, just like now. However, if they were given another chance to choose, they would not hesitate to do the same. This was because, compared to the natural treasures in their hands, this pursuit was nothing. However, just as they were about to leave the cave abode, they encountered a little trouble. This was because at this moment, at the exit of the cave, there was a group of people waiting for them. This group of people was made up of some warriors from the Divine Bird Palace and the Shin family. They had received orders from inside the cave to prepare to intercept Lin Xian here. "Boy, stay here. Hand over the treasure, and I will spare your life." A series of cold shouts were heard. These people all pulled out their weapons and pointed them at Lin Xian. "Elder, it's them. They stole my earth crystal." Among them, a middle-aged warrior from the Divine Bird Palace gritted his teeth and said. He stared at Lin Xian with a ferocious expression. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were stunned. They did not expect that there would be people waiting here. What was worse was that not only these people, there are countless warriors gathering here from afar. They thought that the major forces must have used a secret method to inform the other warriors to come and help. "Humph, boy, you're dead. Hand over the treasure quickly, or you'll end up badly." Countless voices were heard. At this moment, a ferocious voice came from behind. "Run? Let's see where you can run to." The middle-aged man from the palace of Ares also caught up. "What should we do now? Should we kill them all?" Zhao Shui asked in a low voice, her eyes cold. "Don't fight them head-on. I have a way to beat them back," Lin Xian said quickly. In the next moment, they were surrounded by countless forces at the entrance of the cave. "Humph, boy, run. Why aren't you running?" A group of warriors sneered. "Why waste time talking to him? Cut him into pieces and let him know the consequences of provoking the Divine Bird Palace." "Cut him into pieces? That's too easy for him. We must pull out his tendons and skin him alive. Let him know that the Palace of Ares is not to be trifled with. How dare he offend the 8 great families? He's dead." Angry shouts were heard. These people looked at Lin Xian coldly as if they were looking at a dead man. They knew that Lin Xian was finished. Surrounded by so many people, no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to escape. After all, none of them were weaklings. Looking at their ferocious faces, Lin Xian sneered. "It's too early for you to be happy. It's not that easy to take my life. Humph, you're still so stubborn when you're about to die. Who do you think you are? You still want to escape? What a joke. You think too highly of yourself. We have 4 7th level honorables here. How can you escape?" Everyone sneered. In their opinion, Lin Xian was struggling before his death. However, Lin Xian sneered. "Today, I'll open your eyes and show you how I'm going to leave." He pulled Zhao Shui to his side and took out the 10,000 bee sting. "0, let's begin." Lin Xian transmitted his voice to the 10,000 bee sting. "I can help you. However, I want to absorb 30% of the energy in the golden hand bone." Zero's cold voice rang in Lin Xian's mind. "Okay." Lin Xian agreed without hesitation. In the next moment, he took out the 10,000 bee sting. The 10,000 bee sting shone brightly. The rare beasts on it seemed to have come alive and let out deep roars. Then the golden hand bone was released and floated above the 10,000 bee sting. Golden hand bone. Seeing this scene, everyone became excited and stared at the sky without blinking. "Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Leave the golden hand bone and we'll let you die in one piece." The group looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Chapter 1131. At this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the golden bone. Everyone thought that Lin Xian was scared and wanted to hand over the treasure to save his life. However, Lin Xian sneered. In the next moment, he threw a punch at the golden bone in the air. "What? No. Damn it, let's go." In an instant, all sorts of exclamations were heard. Most people did not understand what Lin Xian was trying to do. In fact, some people were even worried that the golden bone would be shattered. However, those 7th level supremacies, especially those who had personally witnessed the power of the golden bone, were all horrified. They fled into the distance like stray dogs, This was because they had personally witnessed the power of the golden bone. Even seventh-level supremacies could not take it head-on. Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Xian's fist landed on the golden bone. Immediately, the golden bone trembled. Then, rays of golden light shot out from the golden bone like sword qi and slashed in all directions. Moreover, a huge sword qi slashed towards Lin Xian. However, it was neutralized by the 10,000 beast ding. At this moment, the 10,000 beast ding released tens of thousands of rays of black light to protect Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, the others were not so lucky. A ray of golden light struck the crowd. Instantly, a bloody mist spread out and countless people screamed. This was because none of the martial artists who were hit survived. In an instant, all sorts of screams were heard. Everyone's scalps went numb and they scattered. Now, they finally understood why those seventh-level supremacies had fled in advance. It was because the golden bone was too terrifying. No one could block the golden light that it emitted. In fact, one of the seventh-level supremacies who had never entered the cave did not understand what was going on. Therefore, he left a little later. In the end, he was hit by a ray of golden light. A terrifying crack appeared on his body, and his body was almost split in half. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He turned into a gust of wind and fled, not daring to return. The people who were originally extremely arrogant and wanted to kill Lin Xian were now extremely miserable and were screaming in pain. This scene was too terrifying. It was completely beyond their expectations. They never thought that Lin Xian would take out the golden hand bone as a weapon at this time. Was he not afraid of being killed by the energy of the golden hand bone? In their panic, a few supreme experts turned around and saw Lin Xian standing enscathed below the golden hand bone. They immediately spat out blood in anger. They simply could not understand how the other party was able to do this. Lin Xian did not waste any time when he saw the venerables running away. He activated the 1,000 beast cauldron again and put away the golden hand bone. Then he ran into the distance with Zhao Shui. A life-or-death chase had ended just like that. No one dared to believe it. Only after Lin Xian left did the venerable ones stop running. One by one, they landed on the ground with ugly expressions. Their King Lin Xian's fleeing figure couldn't help but tremble. Aggrieved, this was really too aggrieved. One had to know that this time there were 2 people from the House of Kings. There were also 6th-rank sects of various sizes and many aristocratic families. When this group of people gathered together, they could wipe out an entire area. However, they were unable to capture a brat at the 5th heaven of the exalted realm. Every time they thought of this, they had the urge to vomit blood. Damn it, who are those 2 thieves? How could they be so strange? How could they not be affected by the golden hand bone? I don't know who that woman is. Her background is very mysterious. However, I know that young man. He is Lin Xian. Lin Xian? He is Lin Xian. Who is Lin Xian? For a moment, some people were shocked, some exclaimed, and some did not understand. However, soon, everyone had a better understanding of Lin Xian's deeds. Then their faces darkened. Now, they knew that he was only a disciple of Senmu College. However, such a person had made a fool out of everyone present. They could not tolerate such humiliation. Damn it, don't let me see that kid again. Otherwise, I will definitely teach him a lesson. The group of people gritted their teeth. At this moment, there were still many people rushing over from the cave. They were all here to hunt down Lin Xian. However, when they saw Lin Xian leave, they were shocked and could not believe it. The battle in the cave was almost over. Most of the treasures were obtained by the Morong family, and the rest were divided by the House of Kings, the Palace of Gods of War, and the Xin family. The remaining 6th-rank sects could only drink the soup. Therefore, they were unwilling to give up and targeted Lin Xian. That was because the golden collarbone in Lin Xian's hand was the most precious. Moreover, the 2 of them had a lot of other treasures, even more than the Shin family and the Palace of Gods of War. This was unacceptable to the two House of Kings. The two of them were very strange. If they wanted to hunt them down, they needed to come up with a detailed plan. The group of people gathered together and started to discuss how to get the golden collarbone. On the other hand, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui quickly left the area and came to a forest. They carefully checked their surroundings and stopped when they found that there was no danger. Then they heaved a huge sigh of relief. Their tense nerves also relaxed at this moment. That was too dangerous and exciting. If it were not for the golden collarbone, they would have been in danger. With so many people surrounding them, even if they could escape, they would have been seriously injured and on the verge of death. They would not have been safe and sound like they were now. However, in this huge risk, they had also gained a lot. Let's not hurry on. Let's rest here for a while and lie low for a while. After some discussion, the two of them decided to stay here for a while. Then Lin Xian used his long sword to open up 2 caves and let the Crimson Dragon set up a formation. After entering the cave, the two of them began to organize their gains. Zhao Shui had snatched more than 10 high-grade spirit stones, an earth-tier treasure fragment, and some other treasures. She threw all the high-grade spirit stones to the Void Sky Eye. At this moment, the virtual eye was more solid than before. It was like a real eye, shining with a strange light. At the same time, Zhao Shui had been constantly letting the virtual eye absorb the energy in the Dragon Ball. It could be said that her strength was rapidly increasing at every moment. Fortunately, she had a jade Bodhi on her that could suppress the evil energy, so she would not be affected by the evil energy in the Dragon Ball. On the other side, Lin Xian was also quickly organizing his storage ring. He did not get as many high-grade spirit stones as Zhao Shui. Most of them were given to the Crimson Dragon, and he only kept 2 or 3 for himself. However, he had obtained an extremely precious golden collarbone. It was a right hand, and it contained a powerful energy, as well as a terrifying metal-type aura. If Lin Xian could absorb and comprehend the metal attribute in it, his strength would definitely increase again. Apart from that, he also found something else on the golden handbone. Chapter 1132. There was a white ring on the index finger of the golden hand bone. It was made of the same material as the bone, so it was impossible to find it without looking carefully. However, it was only after Lin Xian examined it that he was able to see the ring. Could it be a storage ring? At the thought of this, Lin Xian's heart burned with excitement. If it was really a storage ring, he would be rich. The owner of the hand bone was at least a challenger. In the next moment, he impatiently probed it with his soul power. But then, his expression became a little strange. It was indeed a storage ring, and it was of a very high grade. The space inside was dozens of times larger than his current storage ring. But to his disappointment, there was nothing in the spatial storage ring. Forget it. It was good to have a high-grade storage ring. Lin Xian took a deep breath and put the white bone ring on his finger. There's something else. When he flipped the golden hand bone, he found that there was something else in the palm of the hand bone. Lin Xian was wearing the crimson lotus armor. It took him a lot of effort to turn the golden hand bone around. He found a round pendant in the palm of the hand bone. It was sucked into the hand bone, so no one noticed it. There's something good? It's mine. The Crimson Dragon saw it and suddenly had an idea. Okay, it's yours. Lin Xian shrugged. But if you want it, take it yourself. Take it yourself. The Crimson Dragon said disdainfully. You underestimate Ben Huang. Then the Crimson Dragon began to try. The little white monkey yawned. It was not interested in the golden hand bone. However, when Lin Xian gave it a few ancient spiritual fruits, the little guy squinted its big eyes and looked very happy. Then the little guy hugged the ancient spiritual fruits and began to eat happily. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon kept screaming. It was hit by the light from the golden hand bone and was sent flying. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was startled. However, when he saw that there were no injuries on Ruffian Dragon's body, he heaved a sigh of relief. Kid, don't worry. Although this thing is powerful, it can't hurt me. The crimson dragon bared its teeth. Then its eyes shone. It waved its dragon claws and began to carve a very strange formation. The crimson dragon's claws danced and quickly formed a very mysterious formation that covered the golden hand bone. In the next moment, the mysterious formation flickered and gradually separated the pendant from the golden hand bone. It was very slow, but it was indeed very slow. In the end, the dark red divine dragon separated the jade pendant. When it held the jade pendant, it grinned from ear to ear. "What's the use of this thing?" Lin Xian asked curiously after seeing how excited the dark red dragon was. "I don't know." The crimson dragon's answer was very simple. Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. "So excited when you don't know? This guy is really optimistic. Hey, who cares what it is? Why don't you try it?" After saying that, the crimson dragon waved its dragon claws and injected a trace of spiritual energy into the jade pendant. Soon, the pendant emitted a hazy light. Then, like a small vortex, it quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, making the surrounding spiritual energy much richer. Absorbing spiritual energy. It turns out that it's a magic treasure that aids cultivation. Looking at the absorption speed, it's even more powerful than Senma College's advanced spirit gathering formation. Great, this thing is just right for me. It can speed up my recovery. The crimson dragon was very excited. Its current state was very special. Because its realm had fallen, there was no bottleneck at all in its cultivation. It only needed to absorb a lot of spiritual energy. And now, this jade pendant happened to help it. Happily wearing the jade pendant around its neck, the crimson dragon was very satisfied. At this time, Zero's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind again. According to the previous agreement, I need to absorb 30% of the energy in the golden hand bone. Okay. Although Lin Xian was reluctant, he still nodded. Then the 10,000 beast sting trembled and released a force, quickly absorbing the energy in the golden hand bone. When the 10,000 beast sting finished absorbing the energy, its body emitted a black light. The various rare beasts on the body of the cauldron seemed to come alive. The light of the golden hand bone did indeed dim a little. Even the pressure was much weaker, and it was no longer as aggressive. Damn, it actually needs 30% of its power to help. This guy is really evil. Seeing the changes in the golden hand bone, Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. If he absorbed it, how much would his strength increase? However, when he thought about how this was the result of saving his life, Lin Xian felt relieved. Then Lin Xian put all the things he had sorted into the white bone ring and moved all the things in the original storage ring into it. Then he stared at the golden hand bone and began to cultivate. The golden hand bone flickered with golden light and emitted a wave of pure metal elemental energy. This wave of energy was very sharp, like a sword, sweeping in all directions. Lin Xian had the red lotus armor, which had a strong defense and could resist the power of the golden hand bone for a long time. Otherwise, even a 7th level supremacy would not be as relaxed as he was. This metal elemental energy was somewhat similar to his great dragon sword soul, so Lin Xian could comprehend it easily. After some comprehension, he quickly mastered the metal elemental energy. Moreover, this familiar energy grew rapidly. Not only that, but his understanding of the great dragon sword soul's application also deepened. Although his cultivation did not increase, Lin Xian knew that his combat strength had indeed increased. Then Lin Xian took out the water spirit pearl and comprehended the water elemental energy inside. The 5 elements in the basic attributes were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Lin Xian had already comprehended the fire, water, and metal elements. He was still lacking the earth and wood elements. Although he had not comprehended the last 2 elements, he had an innate foundation. For example, the art of longevity that he cultivated had the characteristic of endless growth, which was very similar to the wood element. As for the earth element, it had a similar effect as Lin Xian's red lotus armor. It could be said that it was only a matter of time before he comprehended these two elements. According to the Crimson Dragon, comprehending the basic elements of the 5 elements would be extremely beneficial for him to enter the king stage and build his own domain. After 2 days of cultivation, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Now his combat strength had increased again. Even if he encountered a 7th level supremacy, he could deal with it without using the bloodthirsty frenzy. This was undoubtedly good news for him. Chapter 1133. That was because the remote sky secret realm was filled with danger. Furthermore, there was a terrifying heavenly netherbird eyeing it. If he wanted to obtain more wealth, he had to have enough strength. After the Crimson Dragon ate a few superior-grade spirit stones, his cultivation recovered rapidly. In addition to the jade pendant he had just obtained, his cultivation had now reached the 5th heaven of the honorable realm. Together with the mysterious formation, it should not be a problem to trap a 7th heaven honorable. On the other side, Zhao Shui also opened her eyes. Her face was filled with joy, and the virtual sky eye behind her became more solid. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat when he sensed this aura. It seemed that Zhao Shui's strength had also increased. She was probably one of the stronger 7th heaven honorables now. At that moment, the Crimson Dragon frowned. Oh no! Someone seems to have discovered the formation. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's hearts skipped a beat when they heard the Crimson Dragon's warning. In the next moment, the formation around them suddenly trembled violently as if it would break apart at any moment. Boom! The formation did not last for long before it suddenly broke apart. A shocking sword radiance cut the entire formation into 2, like a rainbow, and quickly enveloped Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Boom! Lin Xian and Zhao Shui both frowned and quickly dodged. However, the shocking sword radiance quickly slashed down and cut the entire mountain into 2. Humph! You 2 thieves, you're quite good at hiding. But so what? Didn't I still find him? As he spoke, an elder had already arrived nearby. He was a 7th heaven honorable. He held a jade-green long sword and had a terrifying aura. There were countless martial artists behind him, all of whom were 6th heaven honorables. Stop them! Set up the 7-star sword formation. The elder shouted coldly. However, Lin Xian did not give him a chance at all. His body flashed as he and Zhao Shui quickly charged forward. Zhao Shui waved her palm while Lin Xian threw out a sword aura. Then, the 2 of them left without looking back. Thieves, where do you think you're going? The elder roared angrily and was about to give chase when he was blocked by the light palm and sword chi. He roared and swung his long saber to meet the incoming attack. However, he was sent flying by the 2 forces and spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Elder is injured? The martial artists who were in the middle of setting up the array formation were all stunned. They never thought that in just a single exchange, their own elder would be injured. Elder, are you all right? A group of people surrounded him. The old man stood up and quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with fear. Damn it! The strength of these 2 little thieves has increased again. How is this possible? A few days ago he had exchanged blows with Lin Xian, but now it seemed that Lin Xian's strength had increased by quite a bit. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to injure him so easily. When the nearby cultivators heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Originally, Lin Xian and Lin Xian were already very terrifying. Now that their strength had increased again, how terrifying would they be? They did not dare to imagine. Other than the 7th level venerables that they had encountered at the beginning, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had encountered a few more groups of people. Now, they could be sure that this was a premeditated encirclement against them. Their goal was to capture them. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui discussed. The 2 of them did not go on a killing spree. Instead, they began to plan their escape route. After all, the other party had too many people. If they were caught in a chaotic battle and surrounded by a few 7th-level venerables, the situation would be dangerous. Lin Xian did not want to let the 10,000 beast Ding attack again. After all, the price to pay was very high. Therefore, the two of them quickly escaped. Lin Xian had powerful soul power and could sense the enemy in advance. Zhao Shui's virtual sky eye was even more useful. In the sky, a huge eye appeared and stood above the clouds. It looked down and grasped the situation within 1,000 miles. The hidden cultivators in the surroundings were all seen by the virtual sky eye. None of them escaped. This made it easier for Lin Xian and Zhao Shui to escape. With the virtual sky eye's guidance, the two of them quickly turned and shuttled through the forest, narrowly avoiding the groups of people. Damn it! How is this possible? Everyone failed to catch anything. They gathered together and were extremely angry. Could it be that the news was leaked? That can't be. This is a plan that we came up with at the last minute. It's very likely that the kid's soul power is too strong and can foresee danger in advance. But no matter how strong his soul power is, it's impossible to avoid everyone. This is too strange. The expressions of the older generation people were very ugly. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Palace of War said in a deep voice, "Let's wait and see. My senior brother has also come this time. He has already chased after them. I think he should be able to stop those two." Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. To be called senior brother by this middle-aged man, one could imagine that the other party was definitely a 7th-level venerables. Moreover, looking at this middle-aged man's expression, his senior brother was probably even stronger. In front of them was a dense forest. Two figures shuttled through the forest like lightning. These two people were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. With the help of the virtual sky eye, they avoided all the surrounding cultivators. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from above them. "Humph, little guys, I've been waiting for you for a long time." This voice was abnormally loud and clear. It was like a golden bell that caused the surrounding mountains to tremble and countless boulders to roll down. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were stunned. Their expressions were very grave. They did not expect that someone would be able to avoid the detection of the virtual sky eye and find them. This was simply too surprising. Needless to say, this person was definitely very powerful. Bang! A figure descended and stomped the ground, blocking Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's path. This person looked like a middle-aged man. He was tall and slender. His entire body was enveloped in a ball of light, so his true appearance could not be seen clearly. However, that pair of eyes was incomparably sharp like lightning. He held a long spear in his hand. At this moment, the long spear was slanted towards Lin Xian. His entire body exuded an extremely powerful aura. This mysterious man was the senior brother of the middle-aged supremacy from the God of War Palace. He was extremely powerful. Those who had just entered the 7th-level supremacy realm could not compare to him. "You dare to kill us all by yourself?" Zhao Shui looked at the person and said coldly, "I know that the two of you are extraordinary and have injured many 7th-level supremacies. However, don't compare me to those useless people. As long as I attack, you won't be able to escape." The mysterious man was very confident. "Humph, shameless boasting." Zhao Shui snorted coldly. She waved her jade-like hand and a surging palm shadow quickly surged out. "You will soon know what it means to be stronger than you." Even among 7th-level supremacies, there were differences in strength. Following this mysterious man's words, the long spear quickly streaked across the void. A terrifying aura surged out, forming a powerful killing intent that smashed forward. In the next moment, the long spear and Zhao Shui's light palm collided. Bang! The sound of the collision was like a demonic sound, and the surrounding mountains were all shattered. Under this powerful force, Zhao Shui was forced to take a few steps back. Chapter 1134. How is this possible? Zhao Shui stopped in her tracks with a face full of shock. She did not expect this person to be so powerful to be able to force her back. At the side, Lin Xian frowned as well. He knew Zhao Shui's strength. Ordinary 7th-level supremacies were no match for her. However, this mysterious man had actually forced Zhao Shui back with a single strike of his spear. Needless to say, this was too shocking. No wonder this guy dared to rush over. It turned out that he was a supreme expert. Their expressions were ugly. I've said it before. Even among 7th-level supremacies, there are differences in strength. You guys are still not enough. The mysterious man was extremely domineering. After his spear succeeded, he did not stop and attacked again. In an instant, the mysterious man charged to Zhao Shui's side. The spear was crystal clear and emitted a dazzling light as it pierced towards Zhao Shui. Void Sky Eye! Zhao Shui shouted coldly. A pair of cold eyes quickly appeared above her and looked down. Instantly, a ray of light shot out from the eyes and struck the spear fiercely. The two collided and countless rays of light burst forth. Instantly, the entire space rumbled. The sky seemed to collapse as it could not withstand the force. The mysterious man snorted coldly and stood with his spear. On the other hand, Zhao Shui's body trembled and her expression changed drastically. Needless to say, this mysterious man was too powerful. Even after she used the Void Sky Eye, she did not gain the upper hand. It could be said that this was the most terrifying 7th-level supremacies she had encountered so far. The mysterious man was also surprised. In his opinion, this spear should be able to penetrate Zhao Shui. However, he did not expect that the mysterious man would use a strange eye to neutralize it. What a strange eye technique. Looks like you should have obtained some lost ancient inheritance. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, in the face of absolute strength, everything you have is nothing. The mysterious man was extremely confident. His strength was terrifying. He had stayed in the 7th-level supremacies for 100 years. It could be said that he was abnormally powerful. Ordinary 7th-level supremacies could not withstand his spear. It could be said that he was an extremely terrifying person. At this moment, it was already very impressive that Zhao Shui could block his attack. Attack together. On the other side, Lin Xian also drew the Lone Star sword on his back with an extremely solemn expression. He didn't expect to meet such a powerful figure here. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to leave if he didn't show his true abilities this time. The mysterious man sneered in disdain when he saw Lin Xian draw his sword. A brat at the 5th firmament of the Exalt realm dares to draw his sword in front of me? Looks like you don't know how to write the word death. Today, I will let you know that the dignity of a 7th-level venerable is not to be sullied. With that, he swept his spear horizontally, thrusting it towards Lin Xian. Boom! The long spear was like a heavenly blade, incomparably terrifying. In a flash, it arrived above Lin Xian's head. This mysterious expert was extremely powerful, as if he wanted to use his terrifying spear to blow Lin Xian apart. Lin Xian's pupils abruptly shrank. He wasn't a tough guy. With a tap of his foot, his body was like a flickering shadow, instantly splitting into countless figures, while his real body retreated hundreds of meters away. In the next moment, the long spear swept across, wiping out all the phantoms. The entire ground caved in several tens of feet, and a huge crater appeared. One could imagine how terrifying this spear was. However, the mysterious man's expression was still indifferent. A 5th-level venerable can actually dodge my attack. I think your movement technique should be an Earth-grade martial technique. Hearing the mysterious man's words, Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party would see through his movement technique so easily. At this moment, the mysterious man spoke again. So that's how it is. One has grasped a lost ancient martial technique, and the other has an earth-grade martial technique. No wonder the two of you can defeat many 7th-level venerables at such a young age. However, all of this is futile in front of me. Hand over the things obediently, and perhaps I can leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, the consequences of offending me will be very tragic. Humph, if you want the things, defeat us first, Lin Xian said coldly. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me. The mysterious man's voice was also cold. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from his body. The spiritual energy on his body was like a pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth. All the demonic beasts within 1,000 miles prostrated themselves under this aura. So powerful. Sensing this aura, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's expressions turned solemn. At this moment, the martial artists in the distance also sensed this aura, and their expressions turned solemn. On the other hand, the middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War was overjoyed. It's senior brother. He should have found the two thieves. After saying that, he took the lead and rushed over. Let's go and take a look. The others followed closely behind. The group of people rushed forward in a grandiose manner. Not only them, but all the martial artists within 1,000 miles also sensed this fluctuation. Even the martial artists further away rushed over. In an instant, countless martial artists gathered in this direction. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon, countless people arrived nearby. They looked at the scene in front of them and were deeply shocked. However, they didn't dare to get too close and could only watch from afar. It's that guy. The two of them are indeed here. The people from the Palace of Gods of War were also overjoyed when they arrived. Who is that man? What a terrifying aura. The other martial artists looked at the mysterious man in shock and fear. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui ignored the people around them. At this moment, their attention was completely focused on the mysterious man in front of them. When the mysterious man heard Lin Xian's words, he also snorted coldly. Stubborn. Since that's the case, I'll personally send you on your way. After saying that, he pulled out his long spear and quickly stabbed it forward. The distance of almost 1,000 feet was crossed by the mysterious man in an instant. The terrifying long spear was already in front of Lin Xian's chest. So fast! Lin Xian's pupils constricted and his expression changed drastically. He didn't expect the other party's speed to be so fast. It was completely beyond his imagination. At this critical moment, Lin Xian used the blood shadow doppelganger and quickly condensed a doppelganger to block in front of him. Meanwhile, his real body merged into the void and quickly escaped. Poof! In the next instant, the long spear pierced through the doppelganger and lifted it into the air. Fresh blood spurted out. It was extremely tragic. What? He's been killed. Looking at this scene, everyone held their breaths, their faces dumbfounded. In particular, the older generation experts felt their scalps go numb. They even wondered if they could block this amazing spear if they were in the mysterious man's place. After thinking for a long time, they realized that even they weren't 100% sure that they could dodge this spear, because this spear was really too amazing. What? That kid was actually killed. After being stunned for a moment, someone screamed. Many people looked at the mysterious man in horror. It was too terrifying. He killed a peerless young genius with a single spear. How powerful did he have to be able to do that? In front of them, Lin Xian's figure was pierced through by the long spear and lifted in the air. Blood dripped down his body, and every drop seemed to drip on their hearts, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Is it true? Was Lin Xian really killed? This is unbelievable. It's only been one move. I can't believe it. Everyone was horrified. Chapter 1135. One had to know that Lin Xian was no longer a nobody. He was an extremely powerful existence. Many people had even seen him injure a 7th-level supremacy. He was definitely a powerful young expert. Perhaps even the older generation figures could not compare to him. However, such a powerful young man was actually killed by a single spear strike. This was unbelievable. However, not everyone believed this scene. Many of them remained silent because they noticed that Lin Xian's companion, Zhao Shui, had a cold expression and did not seem to be panicking. Don't be careless. That kid is very strange. He might escape again. Many 7th-level supremacies were secretly on guard. The mysterious man seemed to have discovered something suspicious and immediately snorted coldly. In the next moment, his spear vibrated and shattered the figure that was sent flying. With a crack, the figure was torn into pieces and blood sprayed into the sky. What? His body is torn apart? Is Lin Xian really going to die? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. However, at this moment, the mysterious man spoke again. Don't hide. I know this is just a clone of yours. What? A clone? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked ahead in disbelief. Even the martial artists from the Palace of Gods of War frowned. They realized that Lin Xian's figure had appeared in the space in front of them again. However, his face was slightly pale. He's not dead. That's a clone. This guy is too strange. A 5th-level supremacy can actually condense such a lifelike clone. It's unbelievable. It was not that supremacies could not condense clones. However, the clones condensed by ordinary supremacies were very fake and could be seen through at a glance. For someone like Lin Xian, who could pass off a fake as the real thing, only a peerless supremacy or a special secret technique could do so. Obviously, Lin Xian was the second type. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. He did not expect his secret technique to be seen through by the other party again. Kid, I have to admit that you have a lot of good things on you. First, you have an Earth-grade martial art. Now, you have a clone technique that can pass off as the real thing. No wonder you are so arrogant. The mysterious man said coldly, but don't worry. After you die, everything of yours will be mine. Lin Xian did not reply. Instead, he looked ahead and quickly sent a voice transmission to Zhao Shui. Let's attack together. Zhao Shui nodded slightly. Then, she formed hand seals with her jade-like hands and controlled the virtual sky eye to attack. Lin Xian also gripped the Lone Star sword tightly. The great dragon sword soul within his body erupted with a resonant dragon roar. Hearing this voice, everyone's hearts trembled as an indescribable fear rose in their hearts. The expressions of the older generation changed. The young man in front of them was too strange. Not only did he have that mysterious clone, but there was also a dragon's roar coming from his body. It was really shocking. The great dragon's sword soul surged. Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed out. A huge sword of light formed in the heavenly palace, like a mountain pressing down. On the other side, the eyes of the void also shot out a gray ray of light. It was like a death ray that streaked across the sky. The two young experts attacked at the same time, forcefully taking on the mysterious man. Boom! The mysterious man held a long spear and swept it out. A crescent-shaped wave of air rushed forward. This energy field was extremely terrifying, far beyond everyone's imagination. In the next moment, the three collided with each other, creating an earth-shattering sound. Boundless energy exploded, and the surrounding forest was instantly turned into ruins. Even the void was distorted as if it could not withstand the impact. Thunder and lightning struck down from the sky, falling in all directions. Everyone's hearts trembled and their bodies trembled. They quickly retreated with a look of horror. This was too terrifying. Just one attack had produced such a terrifying amount of energy. Even the sky and earth were about to explode. The people from the Palace of Gods of War were even more terrified. They knew the strength of the mysterious man. Now, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were actually able to fight against the mysterious man. This was completely beyond their expectations. Rumble. After one attack, Lin Xian attacked again. He swung the Lone Star sword and slashed forward in a violent manner. The blood-red sword chi surged like a blood-red river, constantly surging. In an instant, the sky was covered by an endless sea of blood. A terrifying, murderous aura spread in all directions. This sword was like a river of death, slashing forward. On the other side, Shu Shui was also pushing forward with all his might. At that moment, Shu Shui's eyes were like the eyes of an ancient evil god. It was frightening and exuded an unparalleled power. The two of them clashed head-on with the mysterious expert. The battle was extremely intense. Violent energy spread out in all directions, alarming all the martial artists in the surroundings. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. Every attack was like 10,000 thunderbolts, causing one's eardrums to rupture. Sword chi soared into the sky, and light enveloped the area. It was like a scene of destruction. Everyone was shocked. Even the older generation figures felt their scalps go numb. This was because they realized that if they went up against such a terrifying scene, they would probably be instantly blasted into pieces. This was an exceptionally intense battle. Both sides' battle strength was monstrous, as if they were going to shatter the entire space. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This was because he knew that he had encountered a true expert, although the mysterious man in front of him was also a 7th level supremacy. His battle strength was much stronger than those 7th level supremacies from before. He was definitely an extraordinary expert. At the very least, he was an extremely powerful existence among the 7th level supremacies. One should know that he was already able to fight against a 7th level supremacy. Even so, he was still beaten up by the mysterious man. His blood was churning, and his arm was numb. This was something that had never happened before. Lin Xian was shocked, but the mysterious man opposite him was even more shocked. He had never imagined that a mere 5th heavenly layer exalted realm brat would actually be able to fight against him for so long without showing any signs of being defeated. This was simply too shocking. It was completely beyond his imagination. Originally, he thought that they were just 2 ants that he could easily kill with a single strike. However, it seemed that things were not that simple. "Kid, I have to say that you've exceeded my expectations," the mysterious man said in a deep voice. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was enveloped by a fierce light. He was like a god of war that one could only look up to. "However, if this is all you've got, you can die in peace." The mysterious man waved the spear in his hand. He kept colliding with Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. He was shocked by the strength of Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, his gaze remained calm as if everything was under his control. After hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He had a bad premonition. As expected, in the next moment, the spear in the mysterious man's hand whipped forward like a mountain. Clang! Lin Xian raised his sword to block the attack. Immediately, there was a deafening sound. He felt his arm go numb. The web between his thumb and forefinger split open, and blood spurted out. Chapter 1136. That attack was so terrifying that even he couldn't take it. One must know that even though he possessed overwhelming battle power, he was only a 5th heavenly layer exalted. There was still a gap between him and a real 7th heaven supremacy. Moreover, the other party was a peerless 7th heaven supremacy. It could be said that Lin Xian was already very powerful for him to be able to do what he did. On the other side, Zhao Shui was also affected by the impact. Her face flushed red and the blood in her body churned. The surrounding people were even more shocked, especially those from the Palace of Gods of War. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War's face turned black. Damn it, this kid can actually fight against senior brother. How is that possible? He couldn't believe it. In his opinion, his senior brother should be able to kill Lin Xian in 1 move. However, it had already dragged on for more than 10 moves. The other older generation figures also looked solemn. There were also a few young elites present. They were extremely shocked when they saw the scene. They were terrified just thinking about it. However, there was a young man younger than them who was fighting such an intense battle. Not only that, the news of Lin Xian fighting against the mysterious powerhouse from the Palace of Gods of War spread quickly. The cultivators who didn't make it in time were also shocked when they heard about it. What? A fifth heaven supremacy kid dares to fight against a seventh heaven supremacy of the older generation? Are you kidding? Who's kidding? There are already countless people watching. You can ask others if you don't believe me. No, we must go and take a look. We can't miss such a shocking battle. Everyone was in an uproar. It was too shocking. The seventh heaven supremacy was a high mountain in their eyes. It was a realm that they could only look up to. However, someone from the younger generation dared to challenge a seventh heaven powerhouse. They couldn't believe it. Furthermore, what made them even more shocked was that the challenger was actually a youth at the fifth heavenly layer. This made them even more speechless. If it weren't for the surrounding people talking about it, they wouldn't have believed it at all. Even so, they still went to watch with a doubtful attitude. Could it be that a young elite hidden in the House of Kings had appeared? Some older generation figures guessed. This was because they knew that the House of Kings had a deep foundation. There must be a peerless expert hidden in the younger generation of the House of Kings in order to shock the world and appear in front of everyone with a peerless attitude. Now, Lin Xian's behavior was very similar to the rumored prodigy who had been shelved by the House of Kings. Therefore, many people made such guesses. However, another group of people did not believe it. They knew that Lin Xian was only a student of Senmu College. A student of Senmu College? Impossible, an ordinary disciple can never reach such heights. After all, that was a seventh-level venerable. Just the suppression of his cultivation alone could crush a sixth heavenly layer venerable to death. Not to mention a youth in the fifth heavenly layer. There must be something fishy about this. Many people didn't even believe the rumor that Lin Xian was an ordinary student of Senmu College. In their opinion, it was very likely that Lin Xian was really a peerless genius of the House of Kings, but his family had secretly arranged for him to cultivate in Senmu College. Moreover, his identity as a disciple was just a cover. Some people even guessed that Lin Xian had been taken over by an old monster and reborn. They just didn't know how these people would react when they found out that Lin Xian was only from a small, remote country. For a moment, everyone rushed over. In the depths of the forest, the sound of metal clanging could be heard continuously. The battle was still going on. Sword chi surged into the sky, spiritual power was agitated, and dragon roars could be heard from time to time. On the other side, the void sky was extremely evil. It seemed to be connecting to another time and space as it emitted a monstrous aura. The mysterious man was even more extraordinary. His entire body was emitting a dazzling glow, and the spear in his hand was extremely fierce. He was like a peerless god of war. It's been more than 30 moves. How is this possible? The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect that a junior like Lin Xian could actually withstand more than 30 moves from a 7th-level venerable. And now he hadn't been defeated. This was truly difficult for them to accept. They originally thought that so long as the mysterious man attacked, he would be able to kill Qin Shi with a single move. But they never expected that Lin Xian would actually be so formidable. He'd forcefully resisted over 30 moves and still hadn't been defeated. However, many people felt their hearts sink because they noticed that the mysterious man hadn't executed any formidable martial skills, and he'd merely used ordinary moves to attack. This meant that the mysterious man hadn't used his full strength at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian had been forced to utilize many ultimate skills. He'd already utilized the Dragon Sword Soul and Blood Shadow clone. Besides that, he hadn't utilized the Gale Lightning Sword. Of course, he still had some extremely formidable trump cards. For example, he could utilize the Dragon Sword Soul, the Red Lotus Gloves, and the 10,000 Bee Sting. However, the price he had to pay was extremely great. With his current situation, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to leave if he utilized those skills. Of course, he wouldn't hesitate to utilize those skills if his life was in danger. But for now, he still used the dragon sword soul. On the other hand, the cultivators in the surroundings were discussing swiftly. Although the situation seemed to be in a stalemate, the mysterious man from the Palace of Gods of War hadn't used many powerful martial skills. On the other hand, the young man in front of them had used many powerful martial skills. This meant that there was still a large gap between the two of them. Yeah, it seems that the mysterious man from the Palace of Gods of War hasn't used his full strength at all. I originally thought that this young man was a peerless genius hidden by some house of kings, but now it seems that's not the case. It's a pity that such an outstanding young man will ultimately be killed here. Many people sighed and shook their heads. On the other hand, Lin Xian let out a low roar, and the dragon sword soul in his body completely erupted. A low dragon roar resounded in his body. Then his attack power increased again. Bang! The sword chi was like a dragon, and the void trembled as it suppressed the surroundings. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to increase his combat power. The mysterious man also frowned. He seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze was like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. This aura was very similar to that person's. He muttered to himself, then stared at Lin Xian, unable to stop. "Kid, what's your name?" the mysterious man suddenly asked. "I'll call you Uncle." Lin Xian snorted coldly. The lone star sword in his hand swept out and bombarded the area in front of him. Humph! The mysterious man's face darkened. The long spear in his hand danced like a mountain in front of him, blocking all the attacks. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War said, "Senior, his surname is Lin Xian." Surname Lin? After hearing this, the mysterious man was slightly taken aback. Then, he revealed a hideous expression. "It's really you. Kid, I've searched high and low for you. I didn't expect you to appear in front of me. Consider yourself unlucky. You'll definitely die today." Chapter 1137. As soon as he said that, the mysterious man's aura surged again. The long spear in his hand disappeared like a bolt of lightning. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Xian's chest. The cold tip of the spear was aimed at Lin Xian's heart. If the spear hit, Lin Xian would definitely die. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. They knew that the mysterious man was going to attack with all his might. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he sensed the danger. He quickly activated the Red Lotus armor to protect himself. At the same time, the Lone Star sword shone brightly and slashed forward. Clang! However, the spear was too terrifying. Even though Lin Xian had defended himself, he was still sent flying. The mysterious man did not stop but attacked again. The long spear was like a rainbow, emitting endless cold light. It was as if it had turned into a silver river that descended from the sky and was about to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian got up and shattered all the boulders on his body. Then he stomped his feet and charged forward. His eyes were like lightning. His black hair fluttered and lightning bloomed all over his body. It quickly formed a huge lightning sword and slashed forward. The mysterious man's eyes were cold, and he was exuding a biting, cold, murderous intent. At this moment, he was like the god of death, causing everyone to tremble. He also shouted and held the long spear with both hands. He quickly stabbed forward. This spear was extremely terrifying. Wherever it passed, the void would split open, and black holes would appear one after another. What? So terrifying! The Spear of Destruction. It's the Spear of Destruction. Many people screamed. Their scalps went numb, and they quickly retreated. That was because the Spear of Destruction was an extremely terrifying, destructive martial art. Whenever the Spear of Destruction was used, the entire area would be destroyed. It was extremely violent, Therefore, when these people saw the mysterious supremacy use this move, they were scared out of their wits and did not dare to stay any longer. In an instant, everyone retreated far away. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. Even a seventh heaven supremacy would be killed, let alone that kid. No one can escape from the spear of destruction. Many people's voices trembled. The warriors from the palace of Ares clenched their fists in excitement. Elder Duan, kill him. That's great. Let's see how arrogant this brat is. Now he knows how powerful our palace of gods of war is. The group of people had ferocious looks on their faces. Previously, Lin Xian had robbed them of many treasures. They were so angry that they were about to go crazy, but there was nothing they could do about it. Now, they were able to witness the death of this despicable thief with their own eyes. Of course, they were extremely excited. It had to be said that the spear of destruction was just too terrifying. Under the might of the spear, the space up ahead fell into chaos as terrifying cracks appeared. A ghastly crack appeared in the void and quickly spread. If the crack was completely torn open, the entire void would explode. At that time, everything here would cease to exist. This was the terror of the Spear of Annihilation. However, before the spatial crack completely exploded, a red light suddenly lit up. Then the red light became brighter and brighter, as if it was blood, dyeing the entire sky red. What happened? What's going on? Even the crack in the void was stopped? How is that possible? Could it be that this brat still had some treasures in his hands? Seeing this scene, the people in the distance were all stunned. They did not expect such a phenomenon to appear at the last moment. In the next moment, a terrifying power rose. Countless red lights surged in the sky like a blood-red river. A huge red palm shadow appeared in the void and quickly pressed towards the safe zone ahead. What a terrifying palm! What exactly is that? Seeing this palm, everyone felt their hair stand on end because they realized that the power was not weaker than the spear of destruction. Of course, this was Lin Xian's red lotus boxing glove. At the critical moment, he used this powerful boxing glove and threw a punch forward. Rumble! There was a huge explosion in front of them. Countless energy torrents swept in all directions. A few supremacies were too slow and were instantly drowned by the energy. In the end, not even their bones were left behind. Oh no, retreat! Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They retreated again because the energy was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Was this really an attack from a venerable 5 followings heaven young man? How was that possible? No one dared to believe it. In front of them, the violent energy raged and drowned the entire space. Elder Duan, the warriors of the Palace of Gods of War, cried out loudly because this energy was too terrifying. They did not dare to imagine what would happen to the people inside. At this moment, a huge eye appeared in the sky. It was like the eye of an ancient evil god, shining brightly. In the next moment, a faint golden vortex appeared in the huge eye and sucked away all the energy in the area. Then, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's figures appeared. Both of them were pale, but they did not suffer any fatal injuries. In front of them, the turbulence was still surging, and the void was trembling. Oh no, Master Duan has not come out yet. Seeing this scene, the people of the Palace of Gods of War became nervous again. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such an evil eye that could suck away such violent energy. The surrounding people were even more shocked. They did not expect that the one in danger was actually the powerful and mysterious man. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui also looked solemn as they stared ahead. In front of them, the clouds rolled and the energy surged. However, the mysterious man's aura did not weaken. Instead, it became even stronger. Open up! In the next moment, a low and terrifying voice rang out from the turbulence. It was as if countless thunderbolts had exploded in the sky. A long spear pierced out from the violent energy like a rainbow. Then it tore the violent energy in the entire space apart in a violent manner. The violent energy rumbled and was blown into the sky by a huge force. A tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of them. This figure was the mysterious man from the palace of gods of war. He held a long spear in his hand, and his entire body emitted an endless stream of light, forming a mysterious armor that protected his entire body. He's fine? He's completely fine. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. How powerful did this person have to be able to ignore the turbulence? This mysterious man was simply too terrifying. The people of the Palace of Gods of War cheered. That's great. Elder Duan is fine. I knew it. With Elder Duan's abilities, how could he be injured by that kid? A group of people exclaimed, Kid, I have to say that you've exceeded my expectations. However, since your surname is Lin, you deserve to die. Reincarnate as an ordinary person in your next life. The mysterious man's voice was cold. He waved the long spear in his hand and quickly formed a cross in the void. It surged towards Lin Xian. Chapter 1138. Wherever this cross-shaped light passed, the void was quickly sliced open. Endless energy surged, and a terrifying aura filled the air. It was like a ray of death. Everything that it passed by ceased to exist. Space rending cross/. Everyone exclaimed because they knew that this was another ultimate technique of the Palace of Gods of War. It's over. That kid probably won't be able to block it this time. Definitely. This space-rending cross/ is the ultimate technique of the Palace of Gods of War. I'm afraid that kid definitely won't be able to block it. He's dead for sure. He was definitely lucky to be able to block the Spear of Destruction last time. Let's see what he's going to do this time. Those from the Palace of Gods of War sneered, while the others looked ahead nervously. However, in the next moment, something that shocked everyone happened. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he stood proudly. His body emitted endless light, and a dragon's roar was heard. An illusory, true dragon appeared and coiled around his body. The dragon's head was held high as it roared into the void. Suddenly, an extremely sharp aura erupted and swept across the land. Feeling this aura, everyone trembled. Even the 7th level supremacies were no exception. Damn it! What is this? How can it be so terrifying? Impossible. He's just a 5th level dancing seed supremacy. How can he have such a powerful aura? Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Even those from the Palace of Gods of War had a drastic change in expression as they looked ahead in horror. The mysterious man's face was also gloomy, but his eyes were shining with an incomparably scorching light. Dragon-shaped sword aura? Extremely powerful? That's right, it's you. You're that person. I didn't expect you to really exist. The mysterious man's voice was cold. Previously, he was only suspicious and wanted to kill Lin Xian with the attitude that he would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. But now, with the appearance of the dragon-shaped shadow protecting him, he was very sure that the young man in front of him was the person they had spent so much effort to kill. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xian also frowned. From the other party's words, it seemed that this attack wasn't just for the golden hand bone. For some reason, the other party seemed to want to kill him. This made him confused. Why did the other party want to kill him? However, he would not sit still and wait for death. The dragon-shaped sword Qi was naturally the great dragon sword soul, and it was being used by Lin Xian at this moment. That was because the other party was simply too powerful. Perhaps only the great dragon sword spirit could subdue the other party. On the other side, when Zhao Shui saw Lin Xian's powerful battle prowess, she cried out and formed a seal with her hands. She quickly used her strongest eye technique. Because her opponent was truly too powerful, if she still didn't use her full strength, she would probably be in danger. In the next moment, Lin Xian's wings of wind and lightning flapped. The power of wind and lightning surged as he shot forward like a shooting star. At the same time, the Lone Star sword in his hand flickered and exploded with unparalleled light. Streaks of sword chi slashed forward. Clang, 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 clang. The mysterious man used his spear to block and attack the dragon-shaped sword chi. At the same time, the void sky eye above him rotated and emitted an extremely powerful aura. A grayish aura quickly locked onto the mysterious man. In an instant, the mysterious man's body trembled because his soul had been attacked. D*MN I technique. The mysterious man's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect the other party's eye technique to be so strange that it could attack his soul. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and took out an ancient bronze mirror from his storage ring. He hung it above his head. The mirror emitted a green light and blocked the void sky eye above him. However, just as he finished doing this, Lin Xian's attack came again. This sword was like the roar of a true dragon as it quickly slashed towards him. Rumble! The violent sword chi collided with the spear. In an instant, a terrifying energy exploded and unparalleled light shone in all directions. It was as if a sun had descended on the earth. In an instant, countless mountains and trees in the surroundings were completely turned into dust. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they all fled in fear, not daring to stay any longer. Soon, the mysterious man let out an angry roar. Then, a streak of blood dyed the sky red. What? Elder Duan is injured. How is this possible? When the cultivators saw this scene, they were stunned, especially those from the Palace of Gods of War. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They knew Elder Duan's strength. He was incomparably strong. However, at this moment he was injured by two young men. This was hard for them to accept. Impossible. Although that kid's attack was strong, it was impossible for him to injure Elder Duan. The middle-aged honorable from the Palace of Gods of War shook his head frantically. Indeed, Lin Xian's sword was very strong. However, the mysterious man was too strong. Under normal circumstances, the two of them should be tied. However, at this moment, Zhao Shui used the void sky eye to attack the mysterious man's soul. This caused the mysterious man to be unable to unleash his full strength. Therefore, Lin Xian was able to succeed. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly when he succeeded in one strike. He let out a long roar and pushed the great dragon sword soul with all his strength again. He quickly slashed his sword. This time, he used the Gale lightning sword technique. In the sky, a gigantic sword appeared. The shadow of a true dragon coiled around it. It was extremely terrifying and ruthlessly sent the mysterious man flying. Boom! The mysterious man was sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. His body flew backward and smashed dozens of mountains in a row. He fell into a pile of ruins. Huff! Huff! After sending the mysterious man flying, Lin Xian panted heavily. His face was unusually pale. Obviously, using the great dragon sword soul at this level consumed a lot of his energy. Moreover, he had used the red lotus boxing gloves not long ago. It could be said that Lin Xian did not have much spiritual power left in his body. Fortunately, he had gained a lot previously. Therefore, without any hesitation, he quickly took out an ancient spiritual fruit and swallowed it. Beside him, Zhao Shui was also panting slightly. She also swallowed an ancient spiritual medicine. Seeing this, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. This is too extravagant. Isn't it just recovering spiritual power? Do you have to eat an ancient spiritual fruit? That's an extinct treasure. What a pair of prodigals. Everyone felt the pinch and wanted to snatch it away. If such an item was given to them, they would definitely treat it like an ancestor. However, in the hands of these two people, they ate it casually like candy. Of course, besides feeling the pinch, they were more shocked. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were too terrifying. They could actually injure the mysterious man. Before this, no one had expected this at all, especially those from the Palace of Ares. Their faces were pale, as if they had seen a ghost. What? Elder Duan is injured? How is this possible? Impossible. Among the 7th level honorables, no one can injure Elder Duan, let alone the younger generation. They were horrified and could not believe it. Chapter 1139. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui did not care about the others. After swallowing the spiritual fruits, they quickly recovered their spiritual energy. Then they flew into the sky and flew into the distance. The reason for that was because the two of them knew very well that their attacks had merely injured each other and hadn't taken each other's lives. Although the other party was injured, they had also exhausted a lot of their spiritual energy. If they continued to fight, the outcome would be unpredictable. There were so many warriors watching them. They could not take the risk, so they had to leave quickly. Fortunately, the surrounding warriors were all shocked by Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's performance. No one dared to stop them. This gave them 2 chances. In an instant, the two of them disappeared into the sky. At the same time, countless boulders flew out from the mountains behind them and smashed into the sky. An imposing figure stood up from the ruins. He looked forward and roared into the sky. His black hair fluttered and his aura was strong. The mysterious man was completely enraged. However, in the next moment, he bent over and spat out a mouthful of blood. D*MN, that sword aura. It's so sharp. The mysterious man gritted his teeth and said, he was indeed injured by Lin Xian's dragon sword soul, and a trace of dragon-shaped sword aura had entered his body. If it was an ordinary sword aura, it would have been destroyed by the spiritual energy in his body. However, the dragon sword soul was different. It was too spiritual. Even with his strength, he still couldn't completely erase the sword chi. Humph! I'll let you live for a while longer. The mysterious man looked in the direction where the two of them had left and snorted. Then he sat down cross-legged and tried his best to eliminate the sword aura in his body. The surrounding people were stunned and stood rooted to the ground. The martialists who had participated in the pursuit of Lin Xian were even more terrified. Fortunately, they hadn't caught up with Lin Xian. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. Even the powerful honorable from the Palace of Ares was injured, let alone them. However, the people from the Palace of Ares shook their heads frantically. No! Elder Duan must have underestimated his opponent and allowed that kid to take advantage of him. Yes, that must be it. That brat was just lucky. The next time we meet, Elder Duan, you'll definitely be able to kill him. The people from the Palace of Gods of War kept finding excuses to comfort themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to accept this reality. However, it was clear that after this battle, those who were chasing after Lin Xian were afraid. Perhaps, at the very least, this hunting alliance would not continue. Sure enough, after a quick discussion, many people decided to withdraw from the hunting group. In the end, other than the Palace of Ares, the Shin family, and the Holy Bird Palace, all the other forces gave up. After all, they had only wanted to get some treasures before. However, Lin Xian's strength was now enough to threaten their lives. Of course, they wouldn't be so stupid as to chase after him. However, from the looks of it, the Palace of Ares wouldn't give up. At least, that mysterious man wouldn't give up. The battle came to an end. The mysterious man was injured, and the others were silent. At this time, several ear-piercing sounds came from behind. A beautiful figure stepped on a purple cloud and quickly rushed over from afar. Behind her, there were countless martial artists. It's the people from the Morong family. At this moment, the surrounding martial artists looked behind them and exclaimed in surprise. The people from the Palace of Gods of War didn't look too good. Behind him, Morong Qingqing was moving at an extremely fast speed. There was also a trace of anxiety on her face. Not long ago, she had heard that Lin Xian and the experts from the Palace of Gods of War were fighting. She was very worried, so she rushed over with her men. However, from the looks of it, the battle seemed to have ended. Lin Xian, nothing must happen to you. Murong Qingqing was anxious and couldn't help but increase her speed. Whoosh! Like a purple cloud, she landed on the ground. Then, her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings like lightning. She realized that although the surroundings were in ruins, there weren't any corpses. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, when she sensed the smell of fresh blood in the air, her heart skipped a beat. Soon, she saw the mysterious man sitting cross-legged, not far away. Sensing the other party's aura, Murong Qingqing frowned. She could naturally tell that the man in front of her was much stronger than the other seventh heaven supremacies. Lin Xian would most likely die if he fought with such a person. However, what made her feel strange was that the surrounding martial artists' expressions were very ugly. It was as if something terrible had happened. Could it be that Lin Xian ran away? Murong Qingqing suddenly had such a thought. Although she didn't quite believe it, the expressions of the people around her were too strange. "It seems that I'm late," Murong Qingqing said in a low voice. "Humph, don't be so smug. That kid was just lucky to have escaped. The next time we meet, our elder Duan will definitely kill him." A disciple from the Palace of Gods of War said angrily. Hearing this, Murong Qingqing was stunned. Then she was overjoyed. It seemed that she had guessed correctly. Lin Xian had indeed escaped. "So I missed a good show?" Murong Qingqing's lips curled into a smile. "Indeed, you missed a good show. That young man is really something." Among them, some of the forces that were on good terms with the Murong family began to explain to Murong Qingqing and the others. When they heard that Lin Xian had not only escaped but also severely injured the powerful supremacies from the Palace of Gods of War, all the Murong family's martial artists were stunned, especially Murong Qingqing. She was full of shock. Previously, she had been worried about Lin Xian and was afraid that he would be in danger. That was why she had rushed over with her family members. However, she didn't expect that not only had Lin Xian escaped calmly, but he had also injured the powerful, mysterious man. This made it hard for him to be confident. "Damn this guy. He made me worry for nothing." Murong Qingqing snorted in her heart, but her lips curled into a smile. On the other side, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui quickly left the area. Then, the two of them quickly consumed treasures to recover their strength. When they had recovered to their peak state, the two of them sat cross-legged on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. It was even more dangerous than dealing with a group of seventh-level supremacies. That mysterious man was the most terrifying seventh-level supremacies they had ever seen. If not for the dragon sword soul and Zhao Shui's heavenly eye that affected the other party's soul, they would not have been able to defeat him. They might even have been captured by now. The Palace of Gods of War was really powerful. Lin Xian slowly exhaled, then frowned. He couldn't understand why the mysterious man suddenly had such a strong killing intent. The other party seemed to know him and had been looking for him for a long time to kill him. Recalling that an elder from the Palace of Gods of War had shown him a good impression of him, he was puzzled. Could it be related to father? Lin Xian guessed. Chapter 1140. Lin Xian now knew that his father was in the Palace of the Gods of War. Perhaps his father had already become a member of the Palace of the Gods of War, and these people wanted to deal with him because they didn't get along with his father. And those who had helped him could be his father's good friends. The more Lin Xian thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After the matter in the remote sky secret realm was over, he should make a trip to the Palace of the Gods of War. Lin Xian felt that he had to meet his father because he had many questions to ask. But now wasn't the time. He had to wait until they left the remote sky secret realm. Beside him, Zhao Shui was also silent. Originally, she had absorbed the energy in the Dragon Ball, and her strength had increased a lot. She thought that she could dominate the world. But she didn't expect such a powerful expert to appear. This made her feel a sense of danger. So now, whenever she had time, she would work hard to absorb the energy in the Dragon Ball and try to increase her strength again. Not long after, Lin Xian stood up again and said slowly, "I think it's time to track the heavenly netherbird. Otherwise, the treasure in the core of the remote sky secret realm won't be ours." Zhao Shui also opened her eyes and didn't delay any longer. Then, the two of them quickly sensed the black flame aura left behind by the heavenly netherbird and chased after it. With their powerful soul power and the detection of the Eye of Heaven, they were finally on the right track after a day. Lin Xian and the other man quickly chased after the scorching aura, their bodies moving like lightning. "The black flame aura is getting stronger. I think we're on the right track." Sensing the changes in the surroundings, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Beside him, Zhao Shui also nodded lightly. Indeed, she could also feel the scorching aura. The two of them flew quickly and found that the demonic beasts in front of them were getting stronger. Sometimes they even found a 7-star demonic general that was in existence, even more terrifying than a 7th level supremacy. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui didn't want to provoke such a terrifying demonic beast, so they used their soul power to take a detour. At the very least, the strength of the 7-star demon general's body had completely surpassed that of a 7th heaven supremacy. If they really fought, it would be troublesome. It definitely wouldn't be as easy as fighting with the mysterious man from the Palace of Gods of War. Fortunately, the two of them passed through safely. In the following days, they encountered all kinds of rare and exotic beasts. Sometimes they even encountered groups of demonic beasts. This kind of thing made their hearts jump to their throats. But no matter what, they were getting closer and closer to the heavenly netherbird. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared in front of them. It was like a mountain that was almost 10,000 feet high, piercing through the clouds. "What a tall mountain!" Lin Xian and Lin Xian exclaimed. But soon the two of them frowned. "No, this isn't a mountain." Zhao Shui also used her void sky eyes to check carefully. Then she frowned. "Those are actually trees." When they found out that the huge shadow was actually a tree, Lin Xian and Lin Xian were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such a tall tree. It was almost 10,000 feet high, and the top of the tree pierced through the clouds. No wonder they were mistaken. No one would have thought that it was a tree. The remote sky mystery realm is really mysterious. We can see all kinds of strange things. Lin Xian exclaimed. In the outside world, he had never seen such a tall tree. It looked like it had lived for at least a few thousand years. The two of them flew towards the huge tree with curiosity in their hearts. But gradually, the two of them frowned again, because the closer they got to the tree, the more uneasy they felt. It was as if something was about to happen. "Be careful. I keep feeling that something is wrong." Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Zhao Shui. Just as he finished speaking, the air suddenly froze. The two of them froze. It felt as if the entire space was tightly grabbed by a pair of invisible hands. It was as if the surrounding air was about to crush them. Damn it! Their expressions changed drastically. Their bodies emitted cracking sounds as if they couldn't bear it anymore. Zhao Shui cried out as countless tiny golden vortexes appeared around her body, producing a devouring force that tried to dissolve the oppressive feeling around her. Lin Xian did not stay idle either. Countless sword qi burst out from his body and cut the surrounding space apart. Then, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Then they looked around cautiously. It was too dangerous, just now. It was only because the two of them were strong, had extraordinary skills, and had mastered many kinds of secret techniques that they were able to escape the calamity. Otherwise, even a 7th level supremacy would not have been able to escape in a short time. This place was too strange. Zhao Shui's face was solemn. Indeed, the aura just now was too similar to the wind concept. However, its power was far beyond the wind concept. Lin Xian also frowned. Based on the situation just now, It was clearly a wind attribute aura. However, the wind attribute aura was much stronger than he had imagined. It even affected the entire space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the two of them were talking quickly, countless green whirlwinds suddenly appeared around them. The whirlwinds were of different heights. However, without exception, they all had green wind blades flashing on their surface. It was as if they could easily tear the void apart. Following the appearance of the green whirlwinds, the entire space became extremely oppressive. It was as if there was an invisible force imprisoning Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, fixing their bodies in the air. It is indeed a wind attribute aura. Lin Xian took a deep breath. In the next moment, he also used the wind concept. A ball of green light surrounded him and Zhao Shui. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the surrounding space made sounds of collision. It was the collision of two forces. It was just that those fierce winds in the surroundings were too terrifying, pressuring the two to the point that they were somewhat unable to breathe. Even with Lin Xian's concept of wind, their situation only became slightly better, but they were still not out of danger. Then, many huge cyan figures appeared from the cyan whirlwind. It was a type of strange bird. Its body was covered in green feathers, but it had a human face. At this moment, the strange faces of the people had extremely ferocious expressions. They stared at Lin Xian and Zhao Shui with incomparable malice. Following that, there were waves of angry roars. These guys seemed to want revenge. Lin Xian's expression was ugly. Revenge? How did they find us? We have never been here before. Zhao Shui also frowned. Lin Xian used his soul power to quickly investigate. He found that there were a few green monster bird corpses in the distance. It was obvious that they had been killed. Moreover, looking at the wounds, it seemed to be caused by a sharp weapon. There must have been humans who came here before and killed many monsters. That was why they hated humans so much. Lin Xian sighed. It seemed that the two of them had been used as scapegoats. Chapter 1141. Zhao Shui also activated her virtual sky eye and looked into the distance. Then she was shocked because her virtual sky eye could see even more clearly. In the distance, there were 5 or 6 large wind demon beasts that had been split in half. However, what shocked Zhao Shui was that the wounds on the 5 wind demon beasts were all in the same position. It was obvious that this was the result of a single slash. Who is it that can kill so many powerful wind magical beasts with a single slash? Zhao Shui was extremely shocked. Lin Xian also frowned when he heard this. Someone with such strength was at least a 7th level supremacy. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary 7th level supremacy. This person's strength was probably not any weaker than the mysterious man from before. Which faction was this person from? How could he be so strong? Someone actually appeared here. Could it be that his goal is the same as ours? Also, the core area of the remote sky secret realm? Thinking of this, their faces darkened. If it was as they guessed, then the situation was not good. Then, the two of them used their methods to break through the frozen space and continued to fly forward. However, the further they went, the gloomier their faces became because they found human footprints in front of them. It was obvious that this person was also chasing after the heavenly netherbird. Oh no! I'm afraid that person's goal is the same as ours. Lin Xian took a deep breath as his expression became extremely serious. Indeed, someone had walked in front of Lin Xian and Zhao Shui and was chasing after the heavenly netherbird. This caused their faces to turn gloomy. In the next moment, they could not help but increase their speed. Although they knew that the core area had layers of arrays and would not be easy to enter, they would not be able to bear the consequences if someone else beat them to it. Therefore, the two of them had to increase their speed. However, just as they were rushing forward, they suddenly heard the sound of rushing air. Then, a figure appeared in their field of vision. The figure seemed to be in a sorry state, and his aura was extremely unstable. When he saw Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, he was also stunned. However, he quickly said anxiously, "There's danger ahead. There's danger ahead. You'd better run." While speaking, the figure did not slow down and soon arrived in front of Lin Xian. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui frowned. They had seen this kind of situation many times. They guessed that they were being hunted. However, in this kind of situation, there were always people who wanted to frame them and drag them into the water, just like the time when they encountered the divine bird palace. However, this time around, it seemed to be a bit different. That was because this man had warned them to leave. This made the two of them extremely surprised. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" When the figure arrived beside Lin Xian and Lin Xian, he was also stunned. At this moment, Lin Xian also saw the figure clearly. It was a young man and a fat one at that. The things he was wearing were very messy, and it didn't look like a complete set. On top of a loose robe, there was an ancient battle armor that covered the heart and other key parts. He was wearing a pair of green boots that were emitting a green light. Lin Xian could sense a dense wind attribute energy from it. Clearly, this was a treasure that could increase one's speed. At the same time, the fat man was also wearing a helmet that covered most of his face. However, his eyes were constantly moving, and it was obvious that he was a smart person. "Why aren't you running?" The fat man stared at Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, his eyes constantly moving. No matter how smart he was, he could not understand what the two of them were thinking. "Why should we run? You should be the one in danger." Lin Xian shrugged. Hearing this, the fat man rolled his eyes. He wanted to say something, but suddenly a huge wind blade came from all directions and slashed at him. "Damn, it's this group of hateful wind demons again." The fat man cursed, but his movements were not slow. His green shoes emitted a green light and carried him like a gust of wind, dodging these attacks in an instant. At the same time, on his hands, 2 black boxing gloves were unknowingly put on. With a punch, a majestic energy gushed out from the gloves and blew up the wind demons. The powerful attack surprised Lin Xian. He looked at the fat man in surprise and found that the treasures on the fat man's body were all extraordinary. They were at least half earth-rank treasures or above. Take the black boxing gloves, for example. They were extremely powerful and did not lose to his Lone Star sword. However, compared to his red lotus boxing gloves, they were still slightly inferior. However, this was already very impressive and had surpassed most martial artists. After finishing off the wind demons in front of him with one punch, the little fatty said, "You guys better run. The person behind you is simply a lunatic." After saying this, the little fatty ignored Lin Xian and Zhao Shui and turned to run. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were surprised. To be honest, the fat man was already very powerful. Even if he encountered a 7th level venerable, he could still fight. He could not imagine what kind of person could make the little fatty so scared. Could it be that person? Lin Xian and Zhao Shui looked at each other because they felt that the person behind them was very likely someone who had the same goal as them. However, at this moment, a cold laugh suddenly came from the front. "Damn, fatty, do you think you can escape?" This voice was extremely sharp, like a sharp blade that cut down all the trees in the surrounding mountains. In the next moment, a blue light lit up in front of them. It was like an ocean that instantly surged over. Everywhere it passed, the surrounding wind demons all screamed in pain. Countless wounds appeared on their bodies as if they had been cut by a sharp blade. Some unlucky ones were even directly cut in half. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's expressions changed. They finally knew why the fat man wanted to escape. It was because the person in front of them was too terrifying. Just this attack alone was enough to make them feel fearful. This attack was even stronger than an ordinary 7th level venerable's attack. Seeing that the blue light was about to engulf them, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui did not remain silent. Instead, they both attacked. Lin Xian formed an armor on his body and blocked the blue light. Zhao Shui shouted, and countless golden vortexes appeared on her body as well, absorbing everything in a frenzy. The blue light was so terrifying that it could even cut space apart. In the next moment, it enveloped Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Clang, 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 clang. When the blue light hit the two of them, a series of low metallic sounds were heard. The sound was so terrifying that Lin Xian's qi and blood trembled. What a terrifying light! It seems to contain the power of water. However, this sharp aura is much stronger than the water element. What kind of attack is this? Why is it so strange? Lin Xian was shocked. Chapter 1142. That was because it was too illogical. Normally, water elements were used to assist in healing and were more gentle. However, although the blue light in front of him contained a thick water element aura, its sharpness was even more terrifying than some sword intense. Lin Xian had never encountered such a thing before. The fatty in front was also enveloped by the blue light and immediately shouted in shock. "Damn lunatic! I didn't provoke you. Why are you chasing me? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're from the palace of gods of war. If you provoke me, I won't let you off." Sensing danger, the fatty kept shouting, "Palace of gods of war." Hearing that, Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect the palace of gods of war to have such a powerful, honorable other than the mysterious man from before. It seemed that the palace of gods of war was plotting something big. At that moment, a cold laugh came from the front again. "Damn fatty, no matter what, you're dead meat. How dare you follow me secretly? Tell me, what's your motive? Bullsh asterisk T, who's following you secretly? The road is so big. Are you the only one who's allowed to walk, and I'm not?" The fatty was stubborn. Although the blue light made him scream, he didn't suffer any substantial damage. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be in the mood to argue. The voice didn't continue, but a figure flew over quickly. This was a very arrogant young man with a cold smile on his face. The aura on his body was abnormally sharp, like a sharp knife that could cut through everything. There's someone else." The young man stepped on the void and walked over with his hands behind his back. However, when he saw Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, he was clearly stunned. He didn't expect there to be two other people here besides the fatty. Moreover, the two of them seemed to have resisted his attack. This greatly surprised him. "Seventh heaven honorable." Yan Feng's gaze swept across Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Then his gaze stopped on Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui's aura was very powerful. She had reached the seventh heaven honorable. What shocked him even more was that she was very young. This had piqued his interest. That was because he was also a 7th level venerate. Moreover, he knew that it was extremely rare for someone to become a 7th level venerate at their age. Every single one of them was a peerless genius. However, he didn't know which house of kings this white-clothed woman belonged to. Not only that, but Zhao Xuana's beautiful face also moved his heart. "I didn't expect to meet such a beauty in a place like this. Looks like my luck is pretty good." Yan Feng's eyes flickered. However, in the next moment, when his gaze swept over Lin Xian, he immediately frowned. This was because his opponent's cultivation was simply too low. He was only at the 5th heavenly layer of the exalted realm. In his eyes, such a cultivation was no different from an ant. However, to his surprise, his opponent was actually able to resist his attack. He couldn't help but be surprised. One had to know that although his attack was just a casual attack, its power was extremely powerful. A 6th heaven venerable would not be able to withstand it at all. Even a 7th heaven venerable would have to take it seriously. But now, a brat at the 5th heavenly layer martial highness realm was actually safe and sound? He couldn't understand this. However, when he saw the red lotus armor on Lin Xian's body, he immediately sneered. "I was wondering why an ant of the 5th celestial layer could withstand my attack. So it turns out that he is wearing a defensive armor." Seeing this, Yan Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. "Brat, I have to say that you're very lucky. I can spare your life as long as you take off your armor and give it to me." At this moment, Lin Xian's entire body was covered by the Red Lotus armor. The scarlet light flickered as if it was a real armor. Therefore, even though Yan Feng was a seventh heaven venerable, he didn't immediately realize that the armor was illusory. However, even if it was real, Lin Xian couldn't take it off and give it to anyone. Lin Xian's face turned cold when he heard the other party's arrogant words. This guy was really arrogant. Did he really think that he could control everything just because his cultivation was high? He was disgusted by these people's faces. Therefore, he planned to give them a taste of their own medicine. In the next moment, he looked up at Yan Feng and said coldly, "You're lucky. You're quite lucky. Hand over that saber on your body, and I can spare your life." His voice was filled with provocation. Zhao Shui didn't have any reaction to Lin Xian's behavior. She would be surprised if the spiritual value points didn't say that. However, when the little fatty behind heard this, his body trembled and he almost fell to the ground. He stared blankly at Lin Xian, the fat on his face trembling. Did I hear wrongly? What did that brat say? He's actually threatening Yan Feng? Heavens, does he know who Yan Feng is? The fatty covered his face. Didn't I tell him? That's not right. I already told him. The fatty couldn't believe that someone dared to provoke Yan Feng. When the arrogant young man in front heard this, he was also stunned. Then he laughed loudly. "Brat, it's been a long time since someone dared to speak to me like that. Because anyone who spoke to me like that is already dead." Yan Feng looked down at Lin Xian as if he was looking at a dead man. "Is that so? Then I'm different from you." Lin Xian shrugged. "People talk to me like that every day. But it's a pity that those who spoke to me like that are all dead." Uft. When the fatty heard this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. This brat was too awesome. He actually dared to provoke Yan Feng like that. "Brother, I'll give you 100 likes." At this moment, the fatty seemed to have forgotten about the danger around him. He looked at the scene excitedly. Yan Feng was also stunned. Then his face darkened and his eyes turned cold. He didn't expect that an ant-like person would dare to speak to him like that. Was he not afraid of death? However, when he saw Zhao Shui at the side, he suddenly had a look of realization. "Brat, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a 7th level honored realm protecting you. As long as I want to kill you, no one can save you. Even if you have a 7th level honored realm protecting you, it's no exception." Yan Feng's voice was cold. In his opinion, Lin Xian dared to be so arrogant because of Zhao Shui, a 7th level honored realm, standing beside him. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant even if he was given 10 guts. Is that so? Don't be so full of yourself. Otherwise, you'll be slapped in the face. Lin Xian didn't back down in the slightest. "You're courting death." Yan Feng was finally enraged. The other party was just an ant. Yet he kept provoking him. This was intolerable. Therefore, he decided to strike fiercely and destroy the other party. In the next moment, he attacked. Chapter 1143. He did not want to waste his time on an ant. He waved his hand, and a bright light shot out from his palm. It was like countless rays of divine light that shot forward. Every ray of light turned into a wave that shook the void like the Milky Way. At this moment, the sky was completely covered. Only 5 Milky Way waves could be seen descending from the sky, emitting an unparalleled light. The 5 rays of light all rushed towards Lin Xian. In his opinion, any one of the rays of light could kill the ant in front of him. However, in order to vent his anger, he decided to use the 5 rays of light to crush Lin Xian. Behind him, the fatty's eyelids twitched when he saw this. Milky Way palm art. Looks like Yan Feng is really angry. His opponent is a level 5 brat, and he actually used the Milky Way palm art. Should I save him? The fatty's eyes kept darting around. However, He shook his head in the next moment. Forget it. The Milky Way palm art is so powerful. I can't save him even if I go up. Moreover, the brat seems to have a level 7 honorable with him. He should be fine. After thinking for a long time, the fatty did not make a move. The Milky Way in front of him had already enveloped Lin Xian. It looked like it was about to explode and crush Lin Xian. However, at this moment, Zhao Shui made her move. She waved her slender hand, and there was a dull sound in the void. A blazing ray of light exploded like the sun and shot towards the 5 Milky Way palm art. Instantly, a terrifying energy exploded, and the 5 Milky Way palm art evaporated in the air. What? She broke it so easily? The fatty was stunned when he saw this scene. He did not expect the lady in white to be so terrifying. She broke the Milky Way palm art with just a lift of her hand. Yan Feng's face darkened. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he stared the two of them. He did not expect to not be able to kill the ant in front of him with one move. At the same time, it angered him. On the other hand, Lin Xian looked ahead and sneered. I told you not to be so full of yourself. Otherwise, you will be slapped in the face later. Look, now you are slapped in the face. Lin Xian's sarcasm made Yan Feng even angrier. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and stretched out his hand to grab Lin Xian. This palm was extremely domineering and sharp, directly enveloping the entire space. A terrifying aura surged in the air, as if it wanted to completely refine Lin Xian. Zhao Shui was about to attack again when Lin Xian stopped her. Forget it, don't do anything. Judging from this aura, this fellow is probably not weaker than the mysterious venerable from before. If we were to fight with him, both sides might suffer. From the looks of it, this place isn't far from the Sky Serene Bird, so we shouldn't be impulsive. Hearing this, Zhao Shui also lowered her jade-like hand. Because Lin Xian was right, it was best to conserve their strength and wait until they entered the core area. Then what should we do? Let's go. Lin Xian shook his head and pulled Zhao Shui back. The two of them were like lightning, instantly leaving the range of the gigantic palm. In the next moment, everything in the area was refined by the terrifying palm. The mountains and trees all collapsed, and a terrifying deep hole appeared in the ground. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui did not stop, and they escaped into the distance. Want to leave? Not so easy. Yan Feng's voice was cold. He would not let them leave so easily. Since they dared to offend him, he would definitely kill them. In the next moment, he put his hands behind his back and quickly chased after them. F***CK, don't come over here. In front of him, the fatty saw Lin Xian and Zhao Shui flying towards him, and his eyelids twitched. Brother, there were so many ways for you to fly, but you chose to fly towards me. You must be doing this on purpose. The fatty was on the verge of tears. However, seeing that he could not change the situation, he turned around and ran without another word. The green shoes on his feet emitted a misty light, allowing him to move as fast as lightning and as fast as the wind. As he ran, he shouted, "Brother behind me, you're going to get me killed!" Lin Xian rolled his eyes when he heard Lin Xian's words. After all, Lin Xian was the one who lured that terrifying person over. In the next moment, endless light exploded from his feet, and his speed increased exponentially. Soon he caught up with the fatty. F***CK, so fast! The fatty was shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian and Zhao Shui to be so fast. This made him extremely surprised. After all, the shoes on his feet were not ordinary. Because of these shoes, he was able to escape from Yan Feng's pursuit. However, he did not expect the man and woman in front of him to be as fast as him. One could only imagine how powerful their movements were. Seems like the two of them aren't ordinary people either. Little Fatty's eyes darted around before he chuckled. My name is Zhou Qingho. How should I address you? Zhou Qingho. Lin Xian looked at the little fatty and thought to himself, You weigh a ton, so you're not light. Then he smiled and said, I'm Lin Xian. This is Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui. The fatty looked at her for a while. He could not help it. Xiao Shui was too beautiful. However, when he saw Xiao Shui's cold face, he felt a chill in his heart and quickly looked away. I'm a disciple of Marywood's. What about you? Marywood's disciple? No wonder he had so many treasures on him. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect the fatty to be a disciple of the House of Kings. Marywood's was also a disciple of the House of Kings. Its strength was not inferior to the Shun family and the Morong family. It could be said to be very powerful. We're from Senmu College, Lin Xian said. He did not mention Zhao Shui's Su Tian faction. Even if he did, the fatty would not know. So you're a disciple of Senmu College. No wonder you're so strong. The fatty began to worm his way into being friends. He looked at the two of them and said softly, why don't the three of us work together to kill him? I've always disliked that madman. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't beat him, I wouldn't have let him go so easily. The fatty gritted his teeth. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot in the hands of that madman. No. Lin Xian saw that the fatty's cultivation had reached the sixth sky of Venerable. This cultivation was very strong among the younger generation. However, compared to people like Zhao Shui and Yan Feng, he was still lacking. However, he was able to escape from Yan Feng. This was enough to show that the fatty was not as simple as he looked. No, the fatty was stunned. He thought that Lin Xian and Zhao Shui would fight. He did not expect them to reject him so decisively. Then what do? Do we keep running? Yes, let's run in another direction. Lin Xian looked around and began to circle around. He did not want to be too far away from the heavenly netherbird. Otherwise, he would have to run again. Behind them, Yan Feng's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth in anger. He did not expect the three of them to be so fast. Even with his strength, he could not catch up. This made him very angry. Chapter 1144. Damn you, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. He was about to go mad with anger. Previously, the little fatty had relied on a pair of green shoes to escape from his pursuit. Yet now, a brat at the fifth heavenly layer of the exalted realm was actually able to run so fast. It was beyond his expectations. With a roar, Yan Feng raised his arm and slashed forward with his fingers like a blade. Instantly, the void split and a huge blade light formed in the sky and slashed forward. Damn, that lunatic is attacking again. Feeling the surging spiritual energy behind him, the little fatty's expression changed. Once again, he infused his spiritual energy into the shoes, and his speed increased a little. Lin Xian was also surprised. Firstly, the little fatty's green shoes made him think highly of it. He did not expect the treasure to be better than he had imagined. Secondly, he was even more shocked by the blade light behind him. It was too terrifying. The sharp aura was not weaker than his. What a terrifying blade intent! Zhao Shui exclaimed. Of course. The little fatty in front did not even turn his head, but his voice floated out. That guy is crazy. He cultivated a blade soul and has an earth rank blade technique. It can be said that his combat strength is off the charts. Among the seventh heaven supremacies, there are very few who are his match. Earth rank martial arts. Hearing that, Lin Xian was shocked. Then he rolled his eyes. Since the other party was so powerful, why did you say that we would work together to fight back? Wasn't that clearly a scam? In the next moment, the huge blade light enveloped the three of them. Damn it, I didn't dodge. The little fatty's face was sullen. Finally, he gritted his teeth and activated the armor on his body. Immediately, the armor shone and formed a strong defense. Needless to say, the little fatty's body was full of treasures. The green shoe's speed was even comparable to an earth rank movement technique. At this moment, The dark purple armor activated by the little fatty also displayed an extremely strong defense. The terrifying blade light collided with the armor and made a clanging sound, but it did not tear through the defense. It seemed that this armor was also an extremely powerful treasure. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were also shocked. They quickly used their defensive techniques. That's right, that saber light is very terrifying. You must be careful, little fatty reminded from the front. Then he turned around and saw a scene that shocked him. This was because he realized that Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were both enveloped by the saber radiance, but the two of them were completely fine. This made him extremely surprised. One had to know that the armor he was wearing was extraordinary. That was why it was able to block the saber ray. However, the two people behind him were just like him, safe and sound. The white-clothed woman was fine. She was a 7th heavenly layer venerable realm cultivator, so she should be able to withstand the saber light. But what's going on with that guy with the ancient sword on his back? He's clearly only at the 5th heavenly layer of the venerable realm, yet he was able to block it? Is that red armor also a supreme treasure? Little fatty stared at the red lotus armor on Lin Xian's body, and his eyes kept darting around. Lin Xian, on the other hand, didn't notice the expression on Fatty's face. He was currently resisting the blade light while using his soul power to quickly study the blade light. This was because he realized that the saber radiance contained dense water element and saber soul power. It was soft but firm, and it was extremely sharp. This gave him a lot of inspiration. If he studied it more, he would be able to gain a deeper understanding of the attributes. At the back, Yan Feng, the peerless genius from the Palace of Gods of War, had a gloomy expression. He did not expect his saber to be ineffective against the three of them. I'd like to see how long you can hold on. With a cold snort, he used his hand as a saber again and slashed out a shocking saber radiance. The ground shattered and the sky collapsed. The terrifying saber radiance swept across the front. Damn it, he's indeed a lunatic. Little Fatty cursed when he saw that Yan Feng was unwilling to give up. On the other hand, the red lotus armor on Lin Xian's body shone even brighter. It emitted a scarlet radiance, forming a strong defense that quickly blocked the saber radiance. Not only that, but his eyes also became brighter and brighter like stars. So that's what happened. I understand now. Lin Xian's lips curled into a gratified smile. Understand? What do you understand? Little Fatty was shocked when he heard this. Could it be that this guy had been studying the saber radiance? What the hell? Just how much mental energy does he have? Doesn't he know that his life could be in danger at any time? Little Fatty was completely convinced. He had never seen such a person. In such a dangerous situation, he still had the time to study other people's martial arts. Lunatic, damn it, another lunatic. Little Fatty shook his head continuously, as if he was hopeless. When Yan Feng saw this, he was so angry that he trembled. Not only was a level 5 brat not injured by him, but he was also studying his martial arts? This was definitely a provocation. Brat, you're too arrogant. Yan Feng's voice was cold as his aura exploded. A sharp saber soul power emerged from his body. The aura was too terrifying. It was as if a peerless heavenly saber had been unsheathed, causing the entire void to collapse. Oh no, this is the power of the saber soul. When Little Fatty sensed this power, his scalp went numb and his face changed drastically. Oh no, Yan Feng is going to get serious. Little Fatty was about to cry. If it was a normal power, he could still withstand it. However, if Yan Feng used the power of the saber soul, he would not be able to withstand it. One should know that he was only a level 6 honorable. Although he had treasures on him, he would not be able to withstand the power of the saber soul. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's faces changed as well. This was because this power was several times stronger than the previous saber radiance. Even a level 7 honorable would not be able to withstand it. Die, you ants! Yen Feng's voice was cold as the power of the saber soul in his body exploded. A shocking saber radiance was slashed out. "Damn it, speed up!" Little Fatty roared angrily as he channeled all his spiritual power into the green shoes on his feet. Then, the green shoes released a dazzling green light. It was as if they had grown wings and carried him into the sky. In an instant, he disappeared from where he was. Lin Xian snorted as he activated the red lotus armor with all his might. A huge armor shadow formed and covered him and Zhao Shui. Clang! There was a violent sound of metal colliding and the entire world shook. The huge armor also shook and countless ripples appeared on its surface. However, what was shocking was that it did not shatter. Seeing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then he said to Zhao Shui, "Let's get out of here, quickly." "Okay." Zhao Shui nodded. Then, the two of them used their movement skills and sped up. Their bodies were like lightning as they charged into the distance. Trying to escape? Not so fast! Yen Feng snorted as he formed a claw with his 5 fingers and clawed forward. Every finger of his seemed to have turned into a heavenly saber and was about to envelop Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Chapter 1145. Returning Wind, Whisking Willow Sword. Lin Xian shouted coldly as streaks of sword qi shot out from his body. They circled around his body and charged forward. The sword qi were like willow branches. The green branches were extremely soft. On the willow branches, there were golden leaves. They were as sharp as sword radiance and were unstoppable. The willow branches of sword qi circled around him and spun rapidly. They formed a huge semicircle that enveloped Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, resisting the shocking sword radiance. The returning wind whisking willow sword was the Lin family's ultimate skill. However, it was powerful when used by the spiritual detecting realm. Once one entered the honorable realm, it would be useless. However, Lin Xian had just comprehended the softness with toughness from Lin Xian. When he used it now, the originally dim martial art became magical again. In the next moment, the two collided and the entire void let out a cracking sound. The willow branches of sword qi were like a breeze that contained the power of the wind. On the other hand, the golden leaves contained the power of the dragon sword soul and were extremely sharp. The perfect combination of the two unleashed a miraculous power that blocked the shocking saber light. At that moment, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui charged out of the range of the sword radiance and flew into the distance. What? He blocked it? Both Little Fatty and Yen Feng were shocked by the scene. Little Fatty did not expect Lin Xian to be able to block the sword qi. It was unbelievable. Yen Feng was even more furious. His handsome face was terrifyingly gloomy. He had already used the power of his sword soul. Even a 7th heaven honorable would not be able to block it. However, he did not expect that. His opponent, a 5th heaven honorable realm brat, would block it for no reason. This made him extremely shocked. Damn it, what does this brat have? How can he block the power of my sword soul? Yen Feng gritted his teeth and said. Looking at the two disappearing figures, he snorted and was about to chase after them. However, just as he moved, Little Fatty beside him ran in the opposite direction of Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Damn it! Seeing this, Yen Feng became even more furious. After struggling for a moment, he finally gave up on killing Lin Xian and turned to chase after the Little Fatty. Because the Little Fatty had discovered his secret, he had to get rid of him to prevent the news from leaking out. His expression hardened, and like a beam of blue light, he instantly shot towards Little Fatty. Motherf asterisk cur, you're actually chasing me. Why don't you chase after those two? When Little Fatty saw the lunatic chasing after him, he immediately cursed loudly. However, although he was cursing, his speed did not slow down at all. Running all the way, Little Fatty finally saw another group of people. He had chosen this direction because he wanted to get rid of Yen Feng and because Lin Xian had sent him a message. This was because before Lin Xian left, he had sent a voice transmission to little Fatty, telling him to head in this direction, saying that he would definitely be able to escape from danger. Little Fatty originally thought that Lin Xian could lure Yan Feng away, but later he realized that he was wrong. Yan Feng did not leave, and in the following time he did not meet anyone else. Immediately, he cursed Lin Xian in his heart. But now he was very grateful to Lin Xian because he saw a group of people ahead. Elder, second brother, big brother, you're here. Seeing those people, little Fatty happily cheered, because that group of people was none other than the people of Merrywoods. It seemed that this guy was more reliable than he had imagined. If I escape in this direction, I will really be able to see my clansmen. Little Fatty did not hate Lin Xian at all now, and even felt a little grateful. Qing Ho, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so pale? A Merrywoods elder anxiously asked. Sigh, elder, don't mention it. There's a lunatic chasing after me. Little Fatty's face was full of anger. Luckily, I ran quickly. Otherwise, I would not be able to see you now. What? Someone dares to hurt you? Immediately, the elder was enraged. Beside him, the other Merrywoods disciples also coldly shouted, Who is so blind to dare bully our Merrywoods people? Does he not want to live any more? Qing Ho, tell me, who bullied you? I will help you. The elder also said in a deep voice. It's a lunatic, the famous lunatic Yen from the Palace of Gods of War. Little Fatty was constantly panting, running all the way here. He had used up a lot of his spiritual energy. Lunatic Yen from the Palace of Gods of War? Is it that peerless genius Yan Feng? Many disciples exclaimed. The elder's face also darkened, and he quickly asked, Is it really Yan Feng? Yes, it's him. Little Fatty said. You, why did you provoke that lunatic for no reason? The elder's face was full of resentment. Don't you know that guy is mentally unstable? Little Fatty's mouth immediately twitched. What the hell? What's going on? Didn't you say you would help me take revenge? Why are you talking about me now? However, at this time, an unusually sharp aura suddenly came from behind, as if the entire space could not withstand it. Not good. That lunatic is chasing after us. When little Fatty felt that aura, he jumped in fright and immediately hid behind the elder. In the next moment, an arrogant figure appeared, floating in the void, coldly looking down at the group of people from the Merrywoods. His lightning-like eyes stared at little Fatty. No matter where you run to, you can't escape death. Yan Feng's voice was cold. Ah, damn lunatic, I can't beat you, but I'm not afraid of you now. Come over if you have the ability, we'll beat you to death. Little Fatty waved his fist. You're talking about this group of people? Yan Feng showed a look of disdain. Since that's the case, I'll kill them all. Hearing this, the hearts of the disciples from the Merrywoods trembled, because they felt a terrifying murderous aura coming from the figure above them. As for the elder and the other elders, they coldly snorted, their faces gloomy. The other party was too arrogant. He did not put them in his eyes at all. No matter what, they were still members of the House of Kings. Although the other party was a peerless genius and powerful, they had more people on their side. If a fight really broke out, it was not certain who would win. Lunatic, don't be so arrogant. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. An elder from the Merrywoods coldly snorted. Rude? I'd like to see how rude you are going to be. Yan Feng was extremely arrogant, his black hair fluttering in the wind. Like a lunatic, he stretched out a large hand to grab little Fatty. The palm covered the sky and the sun, and there were sharp saber lights circling around its fingers, which even enveloped the elder. You're courting death. Seeing this, the elder was furious and punched upwards. This punch was like a ferocious tiger, shaking the void, and instantly collided with the sky-covering hand. Rumble. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion of energy swept out in all directions. On top of that huge hand, there were blade rays that quickly crisscrossed, containing the energy of a blade soul, instantly slicing apart the huge shadow of the fist. Chapter 1146. Pung pung. A series of explosions rang out. The elder from Merry Woods kept retreating, causing the ground to crack. Then, a look of shock appeared on his face. He did not expect his opponent to be so strong that he could suppress him. The surrounding warriors of the Merry Woods were also extremely shocked when they saw this. They had never thought that their elder would be targeted in just one move. It was too hard to be confident. After all, his opponent was just a young man. This lunatic was too heaven-defying. After the initial shock, the elder's face turned gloomy. His opponent was too arrogant. Did he think that there was no one in Merry Woods? Kid, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you can ignore everything just because you're strong. Merry Woods is not something you can provoke. The elder's voice was cold. In the next moment, his body emitted a blazing light as if he was a bright sun. A blurry figure quickly rolled behind him and then condensed into form. It was a goshawk. Its body was black, as if it was an ancient, demonic beast. The goshawk's body emitted a terrifying aura, causing people to tremble. Especially its eyes. They were sharp and cold, as if they were real. This goshawk was the martial spirit of the elder from Merry Woods. He was too angry, so he quickly released his martial spirit. Sky-shaking eagle. This is the elder's martial spirit. Looks like the elder is going to use his full strength. A group of Merry Woods disciples were shocked. Then, their eyes were filled with excitement. They believed that as long as their elder released his martial spirit, he would be able to get rid of this lunatic. Little Fatty was also nervous. His hands were constantly clasping as he muttered, "Get rid of him, get rid of him. We must get rid of this lunatic." In front of him, Yen Feng's eyes were cold, as if he was the Grim Reaper. "What? You're so desperate that you've released your martial spirit?" His voice was calm and even had a hint of frivolity. It was obvious that he did not take his opponent seriously. "Since that's the case, I won't play with you anymore," Yen Feng said coldly. In the next moment, he grasped the demon slayer at his waist. Suddenly, his entire body became extremely sharp. It was as if he was no longer a human, but a peerless divine blade. No one dared to look at him directly. At this moment, the surrounding warriors were all trembling because the aura was too terrifying. It was as if an invisible saber light was about to cut them in half. "Die, you old bastard!" Yen Feng's voice was cold. In the next moment, he quickly drew his saber. A sonorous sound rang out, causing the entire world to tremble. Then, a blue light appeared in the sky like a canopy and spread out in all directions. The elder of the Merry Woods also let out a long roar, and with the martial spirit behind him, he quickly rushed forward. With a bang, the entire world shook violently. The ground cracked open, and a crack that was almost 1,000 feet long appeared under their feet, spreading into the distance. At the point of collision, spatial cracks appeared. Numerous black holes flickered in the sky, as if they were deep abysses. The surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm and quickly retreated because that energy was too terrifying. If they were affected by it, they would lose their lives. The little fatty also screamed and quickly activated the green shoes on his feet. Like a green gust of wind, he instantly left the battlefield. However, his eyes were fixed on the center. After an intense collision, a muffled groan was heard. Immediately after, the energy in front of them exploded and two figures appeared. Could it be that the winner has been decided? Everyone was shocked and looked forward nervously. They wanted to know what the result was. The battle had ended so quickly that it was beyond their imagination. However, an even more shocking scene appeared. The one who was sent flying was not Yen Feng from the Palace of Gods of War, but the elder of the Merry Woods. What? How is this possible? The disciples of the Merry Woods were stunned. They could not believe it. Their elder was a 7th rank honorable realm, and he had even summoned his martial spirit. He was extremely powerful, but he was still defeated. How strong was Yen Feng? Everyone looked at this scene and felt their scalps go numb. Damn it! The little fatty's face was also gloomy. He gritted his teeth and quickly flew towards the injured elder. Elder, are you all right? The little fatty quickly took out 2 blue pills and fed them to the elder. I did not expect that kid to be so strong. He could even defeat my martial spirit so easily. Ching Ho, you should leave quickly, the elder of the Merry Woods said weakly. Although the Merry Woods was also the House of Kings and no one dared to provoke them, that was only for ordinary people. Their family's reputation was useless against this lunatic in front of them. Damn it, let's fight out with him. I don't believe that he can defeat so many of us. The little fatty gritted his teeth and glared at the front. He was too angry. The other party was too arrogant. Now that they were at their door, they were still unwilling to let go. I want to let him know the power of the Merrywoods. Don't be rash. The injured elder stopped the little fatty and said in a low voice, You are not his opponent now. Leave quickly and find our people. Then you will be safe. Yan Feng sneered. What? You still want to resist? If you really dare to attack, I don't mind killing all of you. His expression was arrogant, as if he was a lunatic. What arrogance? Who dares to destroy the Merry Woods? However, at this moment, a cold snort came from afar, following which, countless powerful auras rushed over. It's the 6th elder, they are here. Hearing this voice, the disciples of the Merry Woods all cheered. The little fatty and the injured elder also heaved a sigh of relief. Because their reinforcements had arrived, they were safe. Yan Feng frowned. He did not think that the other party would come at this time. This was not good news for him. After all, he did not have much time to waste here. With a cold snort, Yan Feng raised his long sword and slashed down again. A blue sword light flew out and swept through the heaven and earth like a huge wave. It was very terrifying. In an instant, it enveloped the little fatty in front. Feeling this aura, all the disciples, including the little fatty's face changed. They could not escape at all. At this moment, a surge of energy came from afar. A palm as big as a mountain suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Then, with a terrifying posture, it fiercely attacked the sword light. Pum! The two collided, creating a shocking sound. Then, the huge palm was cut open. However, the blade light also rapidly weakened. In the end, it dissipated into the surroundings. In the next moment, a group of people quickly arrived. This group of people were the cultivators of the Merrywoods. At this moment, they had arrived in time to provide assistance. The leader of the group had a powerful aura. Compared to the injured elder, he was even stronger. When he saw Yan Feng in the distance, he immediately frowned. The Merrywoods does not seem to have any grudges with the Palace of Gods of War. Why are you attacking? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't leave. Chapter 1147. Even if the other party was a peerless genius from the Palace of Ares, they would not be afraid because the Merrywoods were not afraid of the Palace of Ares. Therefore, they had to get back at them. At this moment, another group of people rushed over from the horizon. When Yan Feng saw this group of people, his face turned ugly. It was because the group of people who had arrived later were all from the Morong family. The one leading them was Morong Qingqin, who was wearing a purple robe and looking as beautiful as a goddess. Yan Feng did not know why Morong Qingqin was here, but he knew that the other party was not on good terms with the Palace of Ares. If the Morong family came to Merrywood's aid, he would have to leave today. What happened? Morong Qingqin asked as soon as she arrived. Beauty Morong is here too. Fatty jumped out and quickly explained. For the rest of the time, he recounted the entire process with exaggerated details. You're saying that he attacked a person in green with an ancient sword? Morong Qingqin asked in a low voice. Yes, but that guy was wearing a bright red armor and was not injured. It's strange that a kid in the 5th heaven could survive a lunatic's attack. It's really shocking. Morong Qingqin's face turned cold. If she was not wrong, The young man that Fatty described was Lin Xian. This damn lunatic! How dare he attack Lin Xian? Thinking of this, Murong Qingqin clenched her fists under her sleeves. Then she looked at the Merrywoods elder. How do you want to settle this? Of course we want justice. Don't try to persuade me. The Merrywoods elder thought that Murong Qingqin wanted to stop the fight, but in the next moment he was stunned. Not only him, but everyone was stunned. Murong Qingqin's face was as dark as water. She said in a low voice, "Stop the fight? I'm not interested in that. I plan to attack together with you." Attack together? The Merrywoods elders were also stunned, but then they were overjoyed. With Murong Qingqin's help, their chances of success would definitely increase. When the little fatty heard this, his face was filled with shock. What was this girl doing? She actually wanted to attack Madman as well. That madman had never offended her. He had a confused look on his face and didn't understand at all. Yen Feng didn't understand either, but his face looked terrible. Murong Qingqin didn't just want to fight. He wanted to bring the whole Murong family with him. I feel that to deal with such a lunatic, we shouldn't fight him one-on-one. Why don't we gang up on him? Good idea, I like it. Fatty clapped his hands and began to organize the disciples of Merrywoods. He had been chased by Yen Feng all this while, and he had been feeling extremely sullen. Now that he could retaliate, he was naturally excited. Moreover, he knew that Yen Feng was going to be in trouble this time, not to mention the enormous strength of the two House of Kings. Just the combined strength of Murong Qingqin and a group of elders was enough to make Yen Feng unable to resist. The reason for that was because no matter how powerful his opponent was, he was still only a 7th layer exalted. Therefore, they were very confident this time. Yen Feng's face was gloomy. Although he was arrogant, he was no fool. Therefore, he turned around and flew into the distance. Trying to run? Not so fast. Murong Qingqin activated the True Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal and unleashed a shocking attack. A huge phoenix covered the sky and spread its wings, covering a radius of 1,000 miles. The elders of Merrywoods also began to attack, and surging spiritual energy quickly rushed forward. In an instant, a great battle broke out. If he had the chance to start over, Yen Feng would never have chased after this little fatty, because he would never have thought that this would happen. Now he was surrounded by a few 7th layer exalted and a group of 6th layer exalted realm elders. Finally, there were countless young disciples on the periphery. Although they were like ants to him, the combined attack of so many people was not to be underestimated. Under the combined attack of so many people, his blood was churning, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His entire body was heavily injured. Ah, damn it! Yen Feng roared in anger and frustration. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but that this group was too strong. No matter who came, they would not be able to stop them. Merrywoods, Murong family, I will remember this. Yen Feng gritted his teeth. Then, without hesitation, he summoned his saber soul and became one with his saber. He turned into a shocking saber light and rushed into the sky to escape. He's running away. Oh, Madman Yen is running away. The disciples were excited. Damn madman, who asked you to chase after me? Now you know that I'm not to be trifled with. Little Fatty had a smug look on his face as well. As for Yen Feng's threat before he left, the two families did not take it to heart. Their strength was not weaker than the palace of Ares, so they were not afraid of revenge. Moreover, the other party was the one who provoked them first. No matter which side they were on, they were all victims and had enough reason to attack. The elders of Merrywoods also showed gratified smiles, but then they glared fiercely at the little fatty. Ching Ho! Didn't we warn you not to cause trouble here? I swear I didn't provoke that madman. The little fatty raised his hand and swore. Why did that madman want to kill you? That's because I found a secret. The little fatty said proudly. Secret? What secret? Everyone was interested. A secret that could make Yen Feng offend Mary Woods and kill him must be extraordinary. Even the people from the Morong family looked over curiously. Little Morong girl, thank you for your help this time. Why don't we discuss it together? The elders of Mary Woods invited. Okay. Morong Ching did not refuse. She was also very curious about the secret, to be able to make Yen Feng kill him at all costs. Seeing that everyone was here, the little fatty said, "A while ago there was a huge commotion in the secret territory. You all should know about it. An ancient demonic beast has escaped from the underground seal. This news, I've heard about it." A few elders nodded. Because the commotion was too big, even if they did not see it with their own eyes, many people still felt the shocking waves. The news I want to tell you is related to this ancient beast, because I saw this ancient beast with my own eyes. What? You saw it? This time, everyone was shocked. I saw it. The little fatty said with lingering fear. It was too terrifying. Just the aftershock alone could kill a 7th level venerable. Fortunately, it only flew past quickly. Otherwise, if it wanted to attack that madman, and I would be dead. Oh, that madman was there too. What was it? Everyone was very curious. Chapter 1148. Heaven ranking savage beast, heavenly netherbird. Heavenly netherbird, it's actually this savage beast. Rumor has it that it has the bloodline of the great Xia dragonfinch. These people were all warriors of the House of Kings, so they were not unfamiliar with the legends of the heavenly netherbird. Therefore, when they found out that there was a heavenly netherbird in the secret territory, they were all extremely shocked. So that's how it is. I think the secret territory is named after the heavenly netherbird. One of the older generation figures sighed. They had entered this secret realm many times, but they had never discovered that there was actually an ancient, ferocious beast sealed here. It seems that we have to be careful this time. We have to avoid that savage beast. The elders were prepared to warn the younger generation not to cause trouble. However, little fatty shook his head. No, we can't avoid it. Instead, we have to find it. What? You want to provoke that savage beast? You don't want to live anymore. An elder glared at him. Little fatty smiled bitterly. Of course I do. I also know how powerful that savage beast is. However, we have to find that savage beast because the heavenly netherbird is running towards a certain place. A place? Where? The core area of the secret territory. The core area. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and then sucked in a breath of cold air. This news was too shocking. They knew that the secret territory was huge, but they didn't know where the complete secret territory was. However, they guessed that there would definitely be a core area here, and the things there would definitely surpass the other areas. Moreover, they guessed that the core area was left behind by the creator of the secret territory, an ancient peerless expert. Perhaps there would be the legacy and cave of the ancient peerless expert. And now, the heavenly netherbird was also running towards the core area. Chin Ho, are you sure about this? The elder of the Mary Woods asked in a deep voice. This news was too important, and they had to be sure before they could act. After all, the heavenly netherbird was extremely terrifying. If they weren't careful, they could be wiped out. Most likely because I was following behind that madman and saw that he was very excited. I think he must have heard some rumors. Moreover, it turns out that my guess was right. That's because that madman ran after the heavenly netherbird. I was chasing after him, but he discovered me halfway, so he chased me all the way. Hearing this, everyone basically believed it. That was because the Palace of War was also a house of kings. Perhaps they knew some kind of secret, and judging from the madman's reaction, it was very likely that he knew. Let's work together. That place isn't something one or two of us can break through, Marywood's elder said to Morong Chingching. Agreed. Morong Chingching nodded. She also knew that the core area was extremely dangerous, so working together was necessary. Next, the two families began to carefully research various countermeasures. On the other side, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had managed to shake off Yan Feng's pursuit and were quickly traversing through the forest. Then they adjusted their route and chased after the heavenly netherbird. However, this time they were very careful. Furthermore, they were not in a hurry. They knew that the two of them were not the only ones chasing after them. There was also the powerful Yan Feng. They had to make sure it was safe before they could go on their way. On a green mountain peak, the two of them sat cross-legged. They had just rushed for a day, so they planned to rest and cultivate for the rest of the day. And now, Lin Xian was fully focused on comprehending the sword technique that he had comprehended. Previously, Yan Feng's sword technique had given him a lot of inspiration. Furthermore, after some research, he was finally able to fuse the essence of wind and the essence of metal, creating the new returning wind whisking willow sword. That sword was very strange. It was soft yet firm, making it impossible to guard against. Not only that, Lin Xian also began to fuse different essences together, creating many more unique sword techniques. It could be said that in the past, Lin Xian's combat strength had reached the pinnacle, but now, after this, his combat style had also reached an extremely diverse range. Although his cultivation did not increase, his combat strength had greatly increased. This was a very important step for him. Beside him, Zhao Shui was shocked when she saw various forms of sword qi appearing on Lin Xian's fingertips from time to time. Although she was very talented and had reached the seventh heaven of the Venerable Realm at such a young age, she had to admit that the young man in front of her had the best cultivation talent that she had ever seen. In particular, the other party's comprehension ability was simply too terrifying. The sword qi that was formed by the fusion of different essences shocked her. Fortunately, the two of them were friends. Otherwise, if they encountered an enemy like Lin Xian, it would definitely be a headache for any powerful warrior. On the other hand, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He had the great dragon sword soul as a foundation, so his combat strength was outstanding. Now, with the sword technique that was formed by the fusion of different essences, its power could be said to be even more terrifying than before. 3 days later, Lin Xian withdrew his hand and slowly exhaled. Now he could completely fuse the essences that he had comprehended. This was a big breakthrough for him. Seeing Lin Xian withdraw his hand, Zhao Shui said softly, "It seems that you have gained a lot this time." "It is indeed not small." Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. "How about you? How is your cultivation progress?" "I have already absorbed 1/3 of the energy in the Dragon Ball. So far, I have not been affected by the evil qi." Zhao Shui said, "It seems that you have made good progress too." Lin Xian did not expect Zhao Shui to absorb the energy so quickly. However, he did not feel that Zhao Shui's cultivation had increased by much. He thought that the energy must have all flowed into the virtual sky eye. What exactly was the virtual sky eye? Was it a cultivation technique or Zhao Shui's martial soul? Lin Xian was very puzzled. However, this was a personal secret, so he was embarrassed to ask. Since the two of them had withdrawn from their cultivation, they did not delay and quickly got up to go on their way. However, this time, the two of them were not as careful as before. Instead, they seemed to be rampaging. This was because Lin Xian was too excited. He wanted to find an enemy to practice on. He wanted to see how powerful the sword technique formed by the fusion of different essences was. However, it was obviously impossible to find a single human in this vast forest all of a sudden. Therefore, Lin Xian set his sights on the demonic beasts. Ordinary monsters were not worthy of his attention. At the very least, a 5- or 6-star monster general was enough for him to experiment on. Monsters of this level were not common, but they were easy to find. This was because their monstrous aura could be felt from far away. Moreover, with Zhao Shui beside him, Lin Xian was not worried that he would not be able to find a powerful monster here. Chapter 1149. As expected, with the help of the Void Sky Eye, Zhao Shui quickly discovered a demonic beast. It was a blood lion. It was huge like a small mountain and was surrounded by a murderous aura. Obviously, it was a powerful beast. I found it. It's a blood lion. Its strength is at the level of a 6-star demon general. Moreover, it seems to be an ancient mutant. Zhao Shui said. Lin Xian was overjoyed when he heard that. He quickly rushed forward. Not long after, he felt a thick wave of demonic qi rushing towards him. The aura was too terrifying. The demonic aura turned into a blood-red mist that filled the entire forest. The blood-red mist contained a terrifying demonic aura and was extremely poisonous. Anyone below the 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm would die upon contact. Even a 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm martial artist would lose a lot of their strength if they were accidentally infected by the poisonous aura. Just by looking at the demonic aura, one could tell how terrifying the demon beast ahead was. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were not afraid at all. Zhao Shui's cultivation was at the 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Her strength was far superior to the demon beast ahead. Therefore, she did not care about the red poisonous creatures at all. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the 5th heaven of the Venerable Realm, his combat strength was extremely powerful. He was even more terrifying than a 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Therefore, he was not afraid of these poisonous creatures. In the next moment, he used the returning wind willow sword. A jade-green sword chi surrounded him, forming a powerful sword aura that blocked all the poisonous creatures outside his body. The two of them were like immortal kings. They walked in the poisonous gas without being affected at all. Roar! A furious roar that shook the mountains and rivers suddenly came from ahead. Obviously, the blood lion had discovered that humans had entered its territory. This made it extremely furious. In the next moment, a blood-red figure flew over quickly. The ground trembled and endless winds blew in all directions. A blood-red lion, the size of a house, appeared in front of Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes at the sight of the blood lion. He was eager to fight it. On the other hand, the blood lion revealed a fearful expression because it sensed that the white-clothed woman in front of it was stronger than it. It didn't dare to provoke such a person. Although it was a demonic beast and its physique was stronger than a human's, it still couldn't break through the level suppression. However, what made it feel slightly relieved was that the white-clothed woman in front of it was only looking at it coldly and had no intention of making a move. On the other hand, a young man in green beside him had an eager expression. A trace of contempt appeared in the blood lion's huge eyes as he looked at the young man in green. As an ancient mutated species, it had long gained sentience, so its intelligence was not inferior to that of ordinary humans. The young man in a green shirt in front of it was only a 5th-layer martial highness, a far cry from it. It could kill such a person with a single slap. It was laughable that the other party dared to use it as a practice partner. It decided that as long as the other party dared to make a move, it would definitely slap the other party to death and quickly flee. It would definitely not give the white-clothed woman a chance to make a move. Lin Xian sneered when he saw the mockery in the blood lion's eyes. Then he raised his arm and quickly shot out a stream of sword chi. Roar! The blood lion was enraged. It didn't expect that the human ant in front of it would really dare to attack it. In the next moment, it didn't hold back and grabbed forward with a huge claw. Immediately, the sky darkened as sand and stones flew everywhere. The entire sky was covered by the claw. It had not tasted human flesh for a long time, and today was a good day for it. However, in the next moment, the blood lion screamed in pain. That was because its claw had been pierced. A golden sword light shone like the divine light of the sun and quickly struck its claw. There were also streaks of lightning surrounding the sword light. The entire sword chi was filled with a fierce and violent aura. In an instant, it pierced through the blood lion's huge claw. Blood splattered in all directions. Not bad, it's more powerful than I imagined. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. The sword chi was formed by the fusion of the metal and thunder concepts. Both concepts were extremely powerful in terms of attack power, and now that they were fused, they displayed extremely powerful combat power. In just one move, it injured the 6-star demonic beast general with a strong physique. The power of this sword is not bad. Let's call it the Metal Thunder. Lin Xian was very satisfied. On the other hand, the blood lion let out a miserable howl as a look of terror appeared in its huge eyes. It didn't expect the human ant in front of it to be so powerful that he could injure it with a raise of his hand. Could he be a young prodigy of the human race? The blood lion wasn't stupid. When it thought of this possibility, it immediately turned and ran. Previously, it attacked because it thought that the other party was an ant that it could easily kill. However, now that the situation had changed, it naturally didn't dare to attack again. Trying to run? The smile in Lin Xian's eyes deepened when he saw the fleeing figure. With a wave of his arm, several blue sword chi surged out and rushed forward. The sword chi was blue like a gem and was unusually soft. It was like a ribbon that kept dancing in the air. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would be able to see that there were tiny golden rays of light swimming within the blue light. This time, the sword chi was formed by the fusion of the metal and water concepts. There was an unimaginable toughness in the softness. The sword chi danced in the air like water dragons and instantly wrapped around the blood lion's huge body. The sound of metal clattering was heard. In an instant, the blood lion was tied up and fell to the ground. He struggled furiously, and the demonic aura on his body was monstrous. The ground around him cracked and formed cracks that spread in all directions. However, no matter how he struggled, the sword chi on his body was like a strong iron chain that bound him tightly without any signs of loosening. Let's call this the immortal trapping sword. Lin Xian looked at the scene in front of him and said with satisfaction. Zhao Shui, who was standing aside, was shocked as well. The power of Lin Xian's swordsmanship was beyond her imagination. It seemed that he could perfectly fuse any attribute. The blood lion in front of him fell to the ground and shivered. It now understood that the green-robed young man in front of it was definitely not an ordinary human. This was because it didn't believe that an ordinary fifth heaven venerable could perform such a technique. Sai, I misjudged him. I really misjudged him. A look of despair appeared in the blood lion's eyes. However, the scene that it had imagined did not happen. The two humans didn't kill it. The green-robed young man waved his hand, and the 4 sword chi on his body quickly disappeared. Lin Xian didn't kill it. He withdrew the 4 sword chi and quickly left with Zhao Shui. Since they knew the power of the fused sword technique, it was time to hit the road. However, they had just crossed 2 mountains when they heard the sound of fighting in front of them. The sound was right in front of them, and they had to pass by it. Hence, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui increased their speed. Chapter 1150. The landscape in front of them changed drastically. It was no longer a mountain range, but a huge rift valley. It was a bottomless abyss. At that moment, there were several figures fighting fiercely near the huge Rift Valley. Damn it, our intelligence was wrong. This red-scaled centipede has reached the level of a 7-star demon general. It's an ancient mutated beast. It's extremely powerful. Be careful, don't let its venom touch you. Screams of surprise could be heard. Roar! After the screams of the humans, there was an earth-shattering sound. It was like a demonic sound that pierced through the clouds. This sound was too terrifying. It was far more powerful than the roar of the blood lion. Just this sound alone was enough to make the cultivator's blood boil. Those weaker martial artists vomited mouthfuls of blood. Before this sound could be heard, a huge black figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a red centipede that was hundreds of feet long. It was surrounded by a thick demonic aura. It was obviously a peerless demon. Countless tentacles waved in the air. They were like the hands of a demon, and every attack could split mountains and rivers. What a terrifying demonic aura! Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were shocked when they saw this. This was because the centipede in front of them was too terrifying. Compared to it, the blood lion was like a docile kitten. Not only did they see a terrifying demonic beast, but they also saw a group of people. There were about 20 people in the group. Among them, there were 2 7th-level honorables, 7 to 8 6th-level honorables, and the rest were 5th-level honorables. Such a force was extremely terrifying. They could wipe out an entire area. However, they were not strong enough to deal with this peerless beast. "Dodge its tentacle attack," a 7th-level honorable shouted. The void trembled. Countless demonic claws waved in the air like black lightning. In an instant, a few screams were heard. A few 5th-level honorables could not dodge and were instantly pierced by the demonic claws. In fact, 2 6th-level honorables did not manage to escape. Damned beast! Another 7th-level honorable was enraged. He waved the azure sword in his hand rapidly, and a sword chi slashed forward. Clang! Clang! These sword chis all slashed onto the red-scaled centipede's body, causing countless sparks to fly. The surrounding ground was also torn apart by the aftershock, forming one abyss after another. However, even though the sword chi was powerful, it only managed to push the red phosphorus centipede back. It did not manage to break the scales on its body. This only angered the red phosphorus centipede even more. It let out an angry roar, opened its bloody mouth, and spat out a black mist. The fog was pitch black, accompanied by ghostly wails and howls. There were also layers of ghostly figures floating around. In an instant, it enveloped many martial artists. Immediately, those martial artists let out miserable howls. "Set up the formation. Quickly set up the formation." The 2 7th-level venerables shouted madly. Instantly, the surviving 6th-level venerables came to their side and quickly formed a formation. After forming the formation, the combat power of these people became stronger, and they quickly resisted the red phosphorus centipede. From afar, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's eyes glimmered as they watched the scene unfold. "Should we attack?" Zhao Shui asked. The centipede had a lot of good stuff on it. "Yes, we should. However, we are not going to attack it." Lin Xian said, "Use your void eye to check if there is a secret cave nearby. These people are no match for the red phosphorus centipede. However, they are still unwilling to leave. This means that there must be something nearby that has attracted them. Even in the face of such danger, they are still unwilling to give up. If it is not a cave, then it must be some kind of supreme-grade spiritual medicine." Lin Xian guessed. Zhao Shui nodded. Then she activated her void eye and quickly scanned the surroundings of the canyon. Found it. There is indeed a cave at the bottom of this great rift valley. Moreover, there was a rich spiritual energy in the cave and countless rays of light shining in it. "It is there." Lin Xian smiled. "Let's go down and take a look." Then the two of them moved and quickly flew down the canyon from the other side. "Who is it?" The 2 7th-level honorable realm cultivators who were fighting frowned and shouted coldly. In the next moment, they saw 2 figures flying down the canyon at high speed, like ghosts. "Damn it! Get back here!" One of the 7th-level honorable realm cultivators was enraged and quickly slashed out a ray of sword chi. However, the sharp sword chi slashed through the air and only left a deep crack in the ground. The 2 figures quickly dodged. Ah, damn it! Those people were completely enraged. They had risked their lives here to pin down the ancient beast. However, someone wanted to take advantage of the situation and sneak down to take the treasure. How could they tolerate this? "I will go and kill him," a middle-aged bald man said. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This bald man's cultivation level was at the 7th level, and he was one of the 2 experts here. "If you leave, our array will not be able to last. We will not be able to resist the red phosphorus centipede. We might even be wiped out. The other, gray-haired elder who was at the 7th level of cultivation said, "Then what should we do? Do we just watch as the treasure is taken away?" The middle-aged bald man was indignant. The other 6th level honorables were also indignant. "Don't worry. It's not that easy to get the treasure," the gray-haired elder sneered. "The bottom of the canyon is filled with poisonous gas. Those below the 7th level of honorable realm can't resist it. Even a 7th level honorable realm cultivator has to be careful. Even if the two of them can resist the poisonous gas and enter the treasure cave, they will be extremely weak by the time they get the treasure. When the time comes, we will strike and quickly snatch the treasure from their hands. Then we will leave quickly. This is much easier than taking the treasure ourselves. Moreover, judging from the aura of the two figures, one of them is at the 7th level of honorable realm while the other is only at the 5th level of honorable realm. Such a lineup will not be able to defeat us. When the time comes, it will be easy to snatch the treasure from their hands." Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists smiled maliciously. "All right, let's let the two of them take the treasure first. When they come out, the treasure will be ours." At this thought, the crowd joined forces again to restrain the red phosphorus centipede. On the other side, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui dodged the sword chi. Their bodies sped up again, and they quickly entered the canyon. As soon as they entered the canyon, they felt wisps of black fog surging towards them. The black fog was extremely poisonous. Martial artists below the 7th level of honorable realm would not be able to resist it. Even a 7th level honorable realm martial artist would be extremely weak if he inhaled it. Fortunately, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were not ordinary people. They had extraordinary means. In an instant, Lin Xian propped up his red lotus armor. Golden vortexes spun around Zhao Shui and absorbed all the surrounding fog. Not only that, they also felt the existence of two soul powers. It was as if they were watching their every move. "It seems like we are being watched," Zhao Shui said in a low voice. Chapter 1151. "Looks like we're being watched," Zhao Shui said in a low voice. "It should be the two 7th level venerables above. It seems like they already know our objective." Lin Xian also frowned. "They're probably waiting for us to take out the treasure before snatching it from us." "Humph, what a good idea," Lin Xian sneered. "Don't use your full strength. Just resist the black fog." Now that they were being watched, they naturally wouldn't reveal their trump cards. What they needed to do was to hide their strength and deceive the two level 7 honorables above. In that case, it would be hard to tell who would snatch the treasure from whom. Then, Lin Xian activated the red lotus armor to hide the blazing light on it and make it less dazzling. At this moment, the red lotus armor looked like an ordinary armor. However, its power didn't decrease at all. Zhao Shui's body also shone brightly and formed a circular light screen that covered the golden vortex. Finally, the two of them flew down carefully. The canyon was very deep and seemed bottomless. The cave was also in the underground abyss. Hence, after flying for a while, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui got rid of the two honorable surveillance. Hence, they didn't hold back anymore and used all their strength again to rush down. A green sword radiance appeared on Lin Xian's body. It was extremely sharp and cut through the green fog. Countless gusts of wind formed around him and blew away the surrounding black fog. Although the deeper they went, the more terrifying the black fog was. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul and wind concept to increase their speed by several times. At such a high speed, they quickly sensed the cave below them. What a rich spiritual power. We're almost there. The two of them sensed the rich spiritual power coming from below and saw a spot of light not far away. It should be the light emitted by the treasure in the cave. In the next moment, the two of them turned around and arrived at the entrance of the cave. "Let's go in and take a look." The two of them didn't hesitate and quickly entered the cave. Compared to the pitch-black fog outside, it was a completely different world. Lin Xian dashed towards the deepest part of the cave. Soon his body shook, and his face was filled with ecstasy. Purple thunder, divine bamboo. Further ahead, there was a bamboo that was as tall as a person. It was purple all over, like a sparkling purple jade. On top of it, purple lightning circled around it, emitting the power of lightning that made one's heart tremble. Just the power of the lightning was enough to make Zhao Shui take notice. Looking at the surging power of lightning, this purple thunder divine bamboo was at least 5,000 years old. Lin Xian was also ecstatic in his heart. He himself cultivated thunder and lightning. If he could absorb the thunder and lightning on the purple thunder divine bamboo, it would definitely increase his cultivation and strength by a large margin. Not only that, but the violet thunder divine bamboo not only contained powerful lightning energy, it was also incomparably hard. It was the best material for making weapons. For example, a 5,000-year-old purple thunder god could be used to make earth-grade weapons. Lin Xian didn't expect to find such a precious item here. Moreover, it was so old. It was definitely a rare treasure. But in the next moment, he revealed a puzzled look. This was because he was only 20 meters away from the purple thunder divine bamboo, but he still couldn't feel a trace of the power of lightning. This made him very puzzled. With such a terrifying violet thunder divine bamboo, it was likely that everything within 100 miles would be filled with a boundless, wild power of thunder and lightning. However, he was still so safe even though he was so close. This was far too strange. Finally, Lin Xian quickly looked around. Indeed, there was a circle of black vines near the purple thunder divine bamboo. They formed an arc and completely surrounded the purple thunder god lord. This black wooden stake was underground. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. Dark thunder would. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. He had found another treasure. This dark thunder could block out the power of lightning. It also had the effect of nourishing the soul and warding off evil spirits. It could be said to be very miraculous. This purple thunder divine bamboo in front of him that could block 5,000 years of lightning was definitely extraordinary. Zhao Shui, this dark wood can nourish the soul and also ward off evil spirits. How about I give it to you? Sure. Zhao Shui nodded. She was also very tempted by the dark thunderwood. This was because this thing could help him suppress the evil aura inside the dragon pearl. Moreover, it could also make his void sky eyes more stable. Therefore, this thing was very useful to him. The two discussed and then prepared to take the treasure. Lin Xian wanted to take the purple thunder divine bamboo first, and then Zhao Shui would take the dark wood. But at this time, Zero suddenly spoke. Kid, you'd better take out the purple thunder divine bamboo along with the roots. Why do you want that? Lin Xian was stunned. Originally, he only wanted to take away the branches above the roots and then leave the roots here so that they could grow again. Ordinary martial artists would do this when they plucked natural treasures. They would leave the roots so that they could grow again in the future. Therefore, Lin Xian was very confused by Zero's request. Don't worry, I don't want to destroy the purple thunder divine bamboo. I just think that this thing can be planted elsewhere. Elsewhere? Where? Lin Xian frowned. If this thing was taken outside, it would definitely cause a group of 7th level supremacies to go crazy. He didn't want to be chased by a group of people all day long. Kid, do you know what kind of space I'm in? If you plant it in this space, you'll get unexpected results. Zero said coldly. Space? Lin Xian was stunned. Then he slapped his head. He just remembered that Zero was in the mysterious, small sword in his body. It was indeed a special space. Moreover, that space was extremely mysterious. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xian nodded. He knew that Zero must have its reasons for asking. Therefore, in the next moment, he and Zero pulled out the purple thunder divine bamboo along with the soil and quickly planted it in the mysterious, small sword space. The purple thunder divine bamboo suddenly appeared in the mysterious, small sword. Then it was planted to the side. Suddenly, the god race member trembled as if it was extremely excited. In fact, the lightning on it became even more dazzling. It's so magical? Lin Xian's eyes widened. He didn't expect the purple thunder divine bamboo to have such obvious changes as soon as it was planted. Of course, the space in your body is very mysterious. Even I can't see through it, Zero said in a deep voice. You can't see through it? Lin Xian was shocked. He knew that Zero had an extraordinary background and knew many secrets. However, even Zero couldn't see through it. Could it be that the mysterious space in his body really had some shocking secret? Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Chapter 1152. However, he could only see about 100 meters ahead of him. There was a towering tree about 100 meters ahead of him. However, it had already withered. Lord Alcohol used to sit under the tree and drink. Further ahead was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was like chaos. Lin Xian couldn't see through it at all. He originally thought that the space inside was only about 100 meters in size. However, it seemed like that wasn't the case. There might be a wider space behind the white fog. However, he couldn't find out at all because his soul power couldn't penetrate the chaotic fog. As for his real body, he had entered once with Lord Alcohol's help. Other than that, he couldn't enter at all. My cultivation is still not enough. Lin Xian exited the mysterious space. He decided that when his cultivation was strong enough, he would take a closer look at it. However, now wasn't the time. Let's go. Lin Xian exited the space in his body and flew out of the cave. Soon, the two of them were out of the cave. In the beginning, they moved forward quickly. When they were within the detection range of the soul power of the two 7th-level supremacies, they concealed their strength again and slowly flew forward. Everyone pay attention. The two of them are coming up. The bald man who was fighting above said to the warriors beside him, I can sense a lot of strange auras from their bodies. I think they must have obtained some treasures. The gray-haired old man snorted. Looks like the two of them are pretty lucky. Even the kid in the 5th heaven didn't die. So what? Even if he can avoid the poisonous fog below, he can't avoid our attacks. The other 6th-level supremacies sneered. But the other 7th-level supremacies can't be underestimated. The bald man frowned. It's fine. We've already made preparations. When the two of them come up, we'll lure the red phosphorus centipede over. When the time comes, we'll take advantage of the chaos and join forces to take down those people. When the surrounding people heard the gray-haired old man's suggestion, they were instantly filled with confidence. Not long after, the gray-haired old man suddenly roared, They're here. Attack! Sure enough, there were two silhouettes flying over from the bottom of the canyon. These two figures were naturally Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, as soon as they came ashore, they were fiercely attacked. The two of them snorted and quickly used their movement techniques to dodge the attacks. But soon after, they frowned. That was because the two 7th-level venerables had already led their people over. They weren't worried about that. What they were worried about was that those people would attract the red-scaled centipede. D***. These guys are trying to shift the blame to someone else. Zhao Shui's face turned cold. Not necessarily. I don't think the red-scaled centipede was attracted by them. Instead, it seems to be after the treasure. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Lin Xian's guess was right. The red-scaled centipede was indeed here for the treasure. It waved its hundreds of tentacles and quickly slithered through the air. His pitch-black eyes emitted an ice-cold killing intent as he let out a roar that tore apart the heavens and earth. It was truly furious because the other party had snatched away its violet thunder divine bamboo. He had discovered the violet thunder divine bamboo decades ago. Furthermore, he had been guarding nearby. He wanted to let the violet thunder divine bamboo grow for a few more years until it reached 6,000 years old. At that time, he would devour the violet thunder divine bamboo. that would greatly increase his strength. At that time, he would even possess the power of lightning and be able to control lightning. However, all of this had been destroyed by the two humans in front of him, especially the young man in green. He could sense the thick aura of the violet thunder divine bamboo from him. This made him extremely furious. The bald man and the gray-robed elder could naturally sense the red-scaled centipede's rage and immediately sneered. It seems that we don't need to use our tentacles. That beast is already furious. Just watch. Those two thieves will definitely not be able to escape. The treasure will definitely be ours. The group of people sneered. Zhao Shui, use your virtual eyes and try your best to control the red-scaled centipede. Leave the rest to me. At this critical moment, Lin Xian said in a low voice, Don't worry. It might be troublesome to defeat it, but it's easy to confuse it. With that, Zhao Shui formed a hand seal, and the virtual eyes quickly formed in the air. A huge eye appeared in the void and shot out a ray of gray light, which quickly entered the red phosphorus centipede's eye. Suddenly, the red-scaled centipede's body stiffened, and even its movements became slower. Then a scarlet color appeared in its huge eyes, and the demonic aura around its body suddenly soared, becoming extremely chaotic. D****. This beast has gone berserk. The bald man and the gray-robed elder were shocked and quickly fled in all directions. They had never expected the red-scaled centipede to go berserk in advance. This was simply too strange. Elder, look above! A sixth-rank honorable screamed. Then everyone looked at the sky and was shocked. This was because they saw a huge eye in the clouds looking down on them. Moreover, there was a ray of gray light in the eye that seemed to be controlling the black centipede. This is an eye technique. The bald man was shocked. How could this be? She could control an ancient demonic beast? He was too shocked. He did not expect Zhao Shui to be a seventh-rank honorable at such a young age. Moreover, she could control an ancient demonic beast in such a short time. They had seen beast taming and illusion techniques before, but they had never seen anyone who could control an ancient demonic beast in an instant. Moreover, it was a 7-star demon general. Boom! 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 The red-scaled centipede went berserk and attacked in all directions with its tentacles. Immediately, a few sixth-rank honorables were severely injured and were sent flying. No, she is not controlling the demonic beast. She is only affecting the beast. We still have a chance. The gray-robed elder's eyes lit up and he shouted, Listen to my orders. Escape in all directions. Do not gather together. It was obvious that although the red-scaled centipede was berserk, its attacks were scattered and did not have a clear target. Obviously, this was a manifestation of the beast's mental state. In other words, the lady in white was not truly controlling the ancient demonic beast. Hearing the gray-robed elder's words, the surrounding martial artists did not dare to stay and fled in all directions. Treasures were no longer important. Their lives were more important. Trying to escape? Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his arm and a ray of blue sword qi shot out. The sword qi expanded in the wind and turned into a green sword qi that was a few hundred feet long. It then slashed forward quickly. Immortal trapping sword. Lin Xian used a sword technique that he had just comprehended and slashed forward quickly. In an instant, the green sword qi turned into chains and covered the entire space in front of him. Clang! 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 The martial artists who were escaping collided with the sword qi and were quickly pushed back. What? How is this possible? Chapter 1153. What? How is this possible? Initially, these people were disdainful when they saw the other party attack. This was because the person who attacked was not the lady in white, but another youth who was at martial artist level 5. They did not take this person's attack seriously at all. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. This was because they could not break the sword qi that the other party had used. Not only that, but they were also sent flying back. Damn it! The bald man and the gray-haired old man were furious when they saw this scene. This was because a few level 6 supremacies had been killed by the red phosphorus centipede in an instant. These people were originally able to escape, but it was because of that sword chi that they were forced back. The two of them looked at Lin Xian with murderous intent in their eyes. Originally, they wanted to kill him and snatch the treasure. However, they did not expect the other party's strength to exceed their expectations. Not only did they not manage to snatch the treasure, but they also suffered heavy losses. Damn it! All of you come over. Let's charge out together. The two level 7 supremacies roared crazily. This was because they had discovered that only they could break through the aqua blue sword chi. The other level 6 supremacies could not break through it at all. That was why they had called back the cultivators who had fled in all directions and had them gather towards them. Thinking about the strategy of letting everyone escape separately, the gray-haired old man wanted to slap himself. This was because in the process of gathering, a few more level 6 supremacies were infected by the poison and quickly turned into a pile of bones. These were all their elites. However, they had died in vain. They were heartbroken and could not accept this at all. Finally, when everyone had gathered around them, the two level 7 supremacies quickly split the sword screen in front of them and let everyone out. They had escaped from a hopeless situation. However, there was no joy on their faces. This was because the original team of 20 to 30 people was now left with only 7 or 8 people. More than half of them had died before they had managed to escape. However, the culprit of all this was the young man and woman in front of them. Catch them. We must not let them escape. The two level 7 supremacies gritted their teeth. They swore to tear the other party into pieces. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui would not sit still and wait for death. The two of them turned into 2 streaks of lightning and quickly flew into the distance. As for the pursuit behind them, they did not care at all, as their movement techniques were extremely special. Even a 7th level venerate might not be able to catch up to them. However, after running for a while, they could still hear angry roars coming from behind, which surprised the two of them. How did they catch up? Lin Xian turned around in confusion. Then he saw that the 2 7th level supremacies were not flying. Instead, they were sitting on a small spirit boat. The spirit boat was very small, only 2 meters long. There were exquisite patterns carved on it. At this moment, it was like a shooting star, releasing a dazzling light as it quickly flew forward. So fast! Lin Xian was astonished. He realized that the speed of the spirit boat was not any slower than the shoes on little Fatty's feet. In fact, he might even be stronger than that. Come to think of it, this should also be a type of supreme grade artifact that could assist in flight. If they relied solely on their movement techniques, the 2 7th level supremacies would not be able to catch up with Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, it was different now. With the help of this special spirit boat, their speed was extremely fast, and they were catching up with Lin Xian and Zhao Shui bit by bit. Despicable thief! Hurry up and hand over your Dharma treasure, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, you are dead meat. The bald, burly man shouted loudly. Beside him, the gray-haired old man also said coldly, "Young man, don't make a mistake. Although the treasure is good, you need to be alive to enjoy it. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some special weapons. You are not qualified to do so in front of us. Say that when you catch up." Lin Xian snorted coldly and increased his speed again. Courting death. Stubborn. The 2 7th level supremacies at the back snorted coldly. At the same time, they quickly injected their spiritual energy into the spirit boat. Immediately, the spirit boat released a dazzling light and increased its speed as well. Furthermore, not only did the two of them catch up this time, they even attacked. A long sword appeared in the gray-haired old man's hand, and he quickly released a ray of sword chi. Instantly, the sword chi was like a raging flame. With a sharp and blazing aura, it quickly slashed forward. Fire-based sword chi? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. With a wave of his arm, a blue sword chi rushed forward. Water-based? A brat in the fifth heaven dared to compete with him in terms of attributes? The gray-haired old man sneered in disdain. Fire and water counter each other. It is impossible to say which of the two attributes is stronger. However, he was a 7th-level supremacy, and Lin Xian was only a 5th-level supremacy. The difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. Therefore, the gray-haired old man did not take Lin Xian's sword chi seriously at all. Boom! In the next moment, his face turned extremely ugly. That was because the blue sword chi was flying towards him rapidly. Then it exploded quickly, and the power of lightning surged rapidly. The flaming sword chi that he unleashed was bombarded by the power of thunder and lightning, and was also utterly disintegrated. What? The power of lightning? The gray-haired old man was stunned. He had clearly seen the water-based sword chi just now. Why was there the power of lightning now? Could this brat have 2 attributes? Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy. Brat, no wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have comprehended 2 attributes. However, these things are useless in front of me. You are dead meat today. The gray-haired old man sneered. I only used 30% of my strength just now. Next, I will let you know what despair is. Is that so? Seems like you have us, Lin Xian said coldly. Of course, no matter what, you only have 1 7th-level supremacy, and we have 2. Brat, I advise you to hand over the treasures obediently. Perhaps you can leave with a complete corpse. Otherwise, you will die without a burial ground. Is that so? I think you are the unlucky ones. I originally wanted to let you go, but since you came to die, don't blame me. However, if you can obediently hand over the spirit boat under your feet, I might spare your lives. Lin Xian's expression was cold. You are courting death. Presumptuous. 2 angry roars were heard. Arrogant brat, you will soon pay the price for your ignorance. The gray-haired old man and the bald man were furious. They had never been provoked like this before. Moreover, the person who provoked them was merely a 5th-level supremacy brat. Attack! The gray-haired old man roared angrily. Then he charged toward Zhao Shui. On the other hand, the bald man smiled ferociously and blocked Lin Xian. Brat, let me send you on your way today. The bald man's face was ferocious. There was a sharp aura all over his body. He exuded a powerful aura and blocked Lin Xian's path. Chapter 1154. Lin Xian did not say anything else. Instead, he made his move. He pointed his finger, and his fingertip was like a rainbow that surged out quickly, like a sudden clap of thunder. The sword chi quickly arrived in front of the bald man. Today, I'll let you know what true strength is. Kid, watch carefully. The bald man sneered in disdain. Then he stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. The palm shone with golden light and was extremely agile. It was like a Buddha. Wherever it passed, the entire void shattered. It was as if it wanted to grab Lin Xian. Crack, 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 crack. The sword chi broke into several pieces in the palm. Haha, kid, did you see that? Your attack is nothing in front of me. The bald man sneered. I'll catch you and crush your bones one by one. The golden palm covered the sky and quickly moved towards Lin Xian. I'd like to see how you're going to crush my bones. Lin Xian's expression was cold. In the next moment, he pulled out the Lone Star sword from his back and slashed forward. With a clang, Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star sword and slashed forward. This time he did not hold back. The great dragon sword soul circulated in his body. At the same time, he circulated the metal and lightning concepts and quickly fused them. The sword chi's combat power was extremely strong. The sword chi was like a bolt of lightning that quickly streaked across the sky. Then, the sword chi ruthlessly stood on the giant palm. "Child's play. See how I'll break you." The bald man laughed savagely. He had already shattered a strand of Lin Xian's sword chi earlier, so he didn't take this strand of sword chi seriously at all. Because, in his opinion, what kind of powerful sword chi could a little thief at the 5th heavenly layer display? Even if Lin Xian used all his strength, he would not be able to hurt him. However, in the next moment, his smug expression disappeared and was replaced by a look of horror. In the end, his entire body began to tremble. A heart-wrenching pain came from his palm. "Ah!" In the next moment, the bald man screamed and quickly retracted his palm. Suddenly, the huge palm that covered the sky disappeared, leaving behind a trail of blood in the sky and the bald man's miserable shriek. What? Impossible! At the side, the gray-haired elder who was fighting with Zhao Shui heard the voice and immediately turned his head. The next moment, his scalp went numb, and his face was full of shock, because he saw the most unbelievable scene. The bald man's palm was split open, revealing eerie white bones. Endless blood flowed, dyeing the earth red. They were stunned, truly stunned, because they did not believe that a 5th heavenly layer venerable could injure the bald man. This was simply unheard of. However, it was happening right before his eyes. The bald man was even more shocked. Originally, he didn't put the other party in his eyes, but he didn't expect that the other party's sword chi would be completely different from the previous one. It was simply too fierce, making him tremble incomparably, unable to defend at all. Damn it! How is this possible? How can this brat have such a powerful combat strength? He quickly stopped the bleeding, his eyes full of shock. Impossible! How can a 5th heavenly layer brat hurt me? The bald man's eyes were filled with madness. Then he stared at the long sword in Lin Xian's hand. Half Earth rank treasure. It's a half Earth rank treasure. No wonder it can hurt me. The bald man seemed to have grasped the key point, then revealed a cruel smile. Brat, I admit that I was careless just now and underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have a half Earth rank treasure, but this time I won't give you a chance. With that, he shouted coldly, and suddenly a clanging sound came from his body. Then a set of black armor appeared on his body, covering his entire body. Supreme grade armor, and my defense. I don't believe that your half-Earth rank treasure can break my defense. Once you lose your weapon, you're just an ant in front of me. I'm going to crush you bit by bit. The bald man laughed sinisterly, then rushed over quickly. His palm emitted a blazing light, and a strange rune solidified in his palm, emitting a terrifying energy. Then he slammed it in front of him. 7 killing light palm. With a slap, a terrifying palm print pressed forward, causing the entire void to collapse. Brat die, the bald man said ferociously. At the side, the gray-haired old man saw this and sneered. Seeing the bald man go all out, he was completely relieved. Then he snorted and attacked Zhao Shui with all his might. Zhao Shui's expression was cold, like a fairy, and she quickly fought with the gray-haired old man. On the other side, Lin Xian faced the terrifying palm shadow, and his eyes shone brightly. He stood in the void, his body emitting sword aura, shining brightly. Then he waved the Lone Star sword and slashed out sword aura. Like a shocking rainbow, it was extremely dazzling and flew forward quickly. The terrifying sword aura and the dazzling palm print collided, and there was a loud boom. Light shone in all directions, and the entire sky was covered in a dazzling red glow. Dang, 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 dang. Terrifying sounds of collisions rang out, and each sound shattered a mountain below. However, in just a moment, the bald man let out another scream. His palm shadow was shattered once again, cut into hundreds of pieces by the sword chi. Then, like a meteor, it disappeared into the sky. Then, the sword chi shot out like a bolt of lightning and landed on his body. The bald man felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. One of the sword chi was extremely sharp, directly hitting his right palm and tearing his armor apart. No, the bald man's pupils shrank as he screamed. He retreated frantically, but the sword Chi was faster than him. With a flash of light, his entire right arm was cut off. What? This is impossible. When the few Sixth Heaven Venerables who had rushed over saw this scene, they immediately screamed in horror. They were in the same group as the bald man. It was just that their speed was slower, so they had only just arrived at the scene. They were here to provide support, but the scene just now had shocked them. That Baldy was their Lord Elder, a dignified 7th level venerable. His arm had been cut off, and the culprit was only a 5th Heaven Venerable's brat. They would never have dreamed of such a thing happening. Everyone's scalps went numb, and they turned to run. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, several immortal trapping swords flew out of his palm and immediately tied up the 6th Heaven Venerables. After doing that, he turned his head again and looked at the bald man. Misunderstanding. I think it's a misunderstanding. The bald man covered his wound with a ferocious expression, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. However, when he looked at Lin Xian, his eyes were filled with horror.